Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I'm not sure if I'm ever going to fully understand what happened that winter at the old cabin in the Colorado Rockies. Afterwards, my wife and I decided to never go back, and that's saying a lot, as it had been in her family for decades. Normally, we'd all look forward to spending a week in the mountains, especially the kids. They'd get to run around in the snow and build snowmen, and just be away from school and chores for a while. But the year we went, when the blizzard hit, I swear something unexplainable happened that still gives me nightmares whenever I let my mind drift back to that cursed place. It all started when my wife Victoria said her dad needed someone to check on the old place. He was getting older, couldn't drive up there much anymore, and his arthritis was getting worse with each passing winter. The plan would be for us, myself, Victoria, and our 3 children, Isabella, who's 14, Gabriel, who's 11, and Samuel, who's 7, to head up for a long weekend in early February. We'd make sure the pipes weren't frozen, the place was in good shape, clear any dangerous snow accumulation from the roof, that kind of thing. At first, I thought it would be a perfect getaway from the relentless pace of our lives in Seattle. I was looking forward to teaching the kids some winter survival tips, building an igloo or at least a snow fort, showing them how to safely start a fire in the old wood stove. Victoria's father, George, had given us explicit instructions about the cabin's quirks. The main electrical breaker tended to trip if you ran too many appliances at once. The back door sometimes swelled in the humidity and needed a good shoulder to close properly. The ancient furnace made settling noises that could sound like footsteps if you weren't used to it. These seemed like normal old cabin problems. What he didn't mention, and what I learned later he'd been keeping from the family for years, was the darker history of the place. Built in 1962 by Victoria's grandfather, the cabin had seen its share of tragedy. A previous caretaker had died there under mysterious circumstances in the late 70s. A family of hikers had taken shelter there during a storm in the 80s and reported strange occurrences that they never spoke of again in detail. But I knew none of this as we loaded up our SUV with enough supplies for 5 days. Victoria packed extra blankets, knowing the cabin's heating system was unreliable. I brought my toolbox and a battery-powered radio, figuring we might lose power. The kids packed board games, books, and Samuel insisted on bringing his favorite stuffed bear, Mr. Patches. The drive there started pleasantly enough on that gray Friday afternoon. We took Highway 70 west from Seattle, then wound our way up through increasingly remote mountain roads. The kids chatted excitedly in the back seat, playing word games and watching the scenery change from suburban neighborhoods to dense forests of pine and aspen. But as we climbed higher in elevation, the atmosphere began to shift in ways that went beyond the normal mountain weather patterns. The wind really picked up, howling through the trees with an intensity that made them sway and creak ominously. The snowfall started light but grew heavier with each mile, transforming from gentle flakes to thick wet clumps that stuck to the windshield faster than the wipers could clear them. By the time we reached the final turnoff onto the narrow gravel road leading to the cabin, we were basically crawling along in 4-wheel drive. The road, which I remembered as well maintained, was now rutted and icy, with snowdrifts that came up to the wheel wells in places. I had to stop twice to dig us out of particularly deep spots, my hands growing numb despite my insulated gloves. The kids had their faces pressed against the car windows, marveling at the giant flakes swirling around us like a living curtain of white. "Dad, it looks like we're inside a snow globe," Isabel exclaimed, and I told them, "Just wait till you're outside. You're going to feel like you're in a whole different world." We all laughed, but even then I noticed how the sound seemed muffled and strange, as if the mountain itself was absorbing our joy. Looking back, it was probably the last genuine laugh we had during the entire trip. The forest around us grew denser and darker as we climbed, the tall pines pressing in on both sides of the narrow road like ancient guards watching our passage. Several times I caught glimpses of what looked like eyes reflecting in our headlights, probably deer or elk, I told myself, though they seemed to be watching us with an intelligence that felt unsettling. When we finally pulled up to the cabin after what felt like hours of treacherous driving, it felt oddly lifeless in a way that went beyond seasonal emptiness. I know that might sound silly, Of course it's lifeless if no one's been there for months, right? But there was something more to it, something that made my chest tighten with an emotion I couldn't quite name. The cabin is a small two-bedroom place with a loft perched on a slight rise near a grove of towering pines. Usually I think it's charming, with its rustic log construction and green metal roof. But in the swirling gray-white of that late afternoon, with shadows stretching long and dark between the trees, the place looked decidedly ominous. The roof was bowed under the weight of accumulated snow. The windows were partially frosted over with ice crystals that looked like spider webs, and the front steps were slick with a layer of ice so thick it looked black. Victoria shivered as we stood looking at the place, and it wasn't just from the cold. "It looks different," she said quietly, and I knew exactly what she meant. The cabin seemed smaller somehow, hunched down against the storm like a frightened animal. The shadows around it appeared too deep, too dark, as if they were pools of something thicker than normal darkness. We hustled carefully inside, our boots crunching on the ice-covered porch boards. The front door, which I remembered as easy to open, stuck stubbornly and required several hard shoves before it finally gave way with a groan that seemed to echo through the empty interior. The air inside was stale and cold, carrying an odd, musty smell that I didn't remember from previous visits. I immediately set about cranking up the little furnace while Victoria found the main electrical panel and started flipping breakers. The kids explored the familiar rooms, their voices echoing strangely in the emptiness. "There's no television up there, just an old radio and a couple of board games stacked on a wooden shelf." Victoria set about making cocoa for the kids on the ancient gas stove, while I dragged in our suitcases and supplies from the car. The first thing that struck me as genuinely wrong happened almost immediately after we'd gotten settled. I noticed that the large wooden cross that had always hung near the fireplace was missing. In its place, where it had hung for as long as anyone could remember, there was now a small dark smudge on the wall, like something had been burned into the wood grain itself. The mark was roughly cross-shaped but twisted, as if the original had been heated until it left a permanent scar. I asked Victoria if her dad had taken the cross down for whatever reason, maybe to clean it or repair it. But she looked genuinely puzzled and worried. "He would never take that down," she said, her voice tight with concern. "You know how devout he is. That cross belonged to his father. It's been there since the cabin was built." When I examined the mark more closely, running my finger over the darkened wood, I felt a strange tingling sensation, like a mild electrical shock. The wood around the mark felt different too, warmer than it should have been and slightly damp, as if something had been seeping through from behind the wall. I found myself reluctant to touch it again, though I couldn't articulate why. It really didn't make sense. Victoria tried calling her father on her cell phone, but we had no signal up here, which was normal. Still, the missing cross felt like more than just an odd coincidence. It felt like a warning we were too naive to understand. That evening, as we tried to settle into our temporary mountain routine, other small things began to feel off. The wind outside wasn't just strong. It seemed to have a pattern to it, a rhythm that sounded almost like whispered conversations. When I mentioned this to Victoria, she admitted she'd noticed it too, but we both tried to laugh it off as our city-dwelling imaginations running wild. The cabin's normal settling sounds seemed louder and more frequent than they should have been. Every few minutes we'd hear what sounded like footsteps in the loft above us, even when all three kids were downstairs. When I'd call up to check on them, they'd all be in the main room, reading or playing quietly. "Must be the house adjusting to having people in it again," I told Victoria, but my voice sounded unconvincing even to myself. Samuel, our youngest, seemed particularly affected by the atmosphere. He kept looking over his shoulder and asking if we'd heard the man walking around upstairs. When we assured him it was just house sounds, he nodded but clutched his stuffed bear tighter and stayed close to Victoria's side. As night fell, the temperature dropped dramatically, and despite the furnace running constantly, the cabin never seemed to get truly warm. We could see our breath in some of the rooms, and ice began forming on the inside edges of the windows. I spent an hour checking for drafts and gaps in the insulation, but found nothing that would account for the persistent chill. That night, the snow kept coming down harder than I'd ever experienced in these mountains. We had dinner, canned soup and sandwiches, as we didn't trust the old oven yet, and sat around playing a card game called Crazy Eights with the kids. The atmosphere was mostly normal, filled with the usual family chatter and gentle arguments about game rules, except for the wind howling outside with an intensity that made the entire structure tremble. The cabin was old, built in the early 60s, but it had always seemed solid. Now, however, the windows began to rattle in their frames with each gust of wind, creating a rhythm that sounded disturbingly like Morse code. The front door, despite being securely locked, creaked and groaned as if someone was testing the handle from outside. Gabriel asked if we could check for leaks around the windows, so I did a thorough circuit around the cabin with a flashlight. The loft area appeared fine, no visible cracks in the windows or obvious air leaks, but I kept getting an intensely uncomfortable feeling in my gut. That uneasy sense you get when you're absolutely certain someone is watching you, but you can't see them anywhere. Several times I spun around quickly, thinking I'd caught movement in my peripheral vision, but found nothing except empty rooms and dancing shadows cast by my flashlight beam. The children's bedtime routine took longer than usual. Isabella and Gabriel both seemed reluctant to go up to the loft, making multiple trips downstairs for forgotten items or glasses of water. Samuel flat out refused to sleep anywhere but on the couch in the main room, claiming his bed felt wrong and that Mr. Patches didn't like it upstairs. Victoria and I eventually agreed to let him stay downstairs, figuring it was just adjustment anxiety to a new environment. Later that night, after we'd all supposedly gone to bed, I lay awake listening to the storm rage outside. Victoria was breathing deeply beside me, finally asleep after tossing and turning for hours. I was just beginning to drift off when I heard the strangest noise, a distant rhythmic banging sound like something heavy and persistent pounding on the walls outside. At first I assumed it was a branch slapping against the cabin in the wind, but as I listened more carefully, I realized the sound had a deliberate quality to it. 3 slow beats, then a pause, 3 more beats, another pause. It was too regular to be random, too purposeful to be caused by wind-blown debris. Along with the banging, I began to hear a different, deeper sound underneath, a low moan or growl that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. It would start as barely audible, then gradually grow louder, then fade away, only to begin again a few minutes later. The sound raised the hair on my arms and neck, triggering some primal fear response that I couldn't rationalize away. I glanced over at Victoria, who was still sleeping deeply, and listened for sounds from the kids. Isabella and Gabriel seemed quiet up in the loft, and Samuel was presumably asleep on the couch. I decided to investigate alone, not wanting to wake anyone unnecessarily or alarm them if it turned out to be nothing. Pulling on my boots and heavy jacket, I grabbed the large flashlight we'd brought and quietly unlocked the front door. The second I stepped outside, the cold hit me like a physical blow. The snow was practically up to my knees, and the wind was ripping across the exposed porch with enough force to make me stagger. But even through the roar of the storm, I could clearly hear that low, rhythmic groaning. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off the trees and the cabin walls in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint the source. With my flashlight cutting a weak beam through the swirling snow, I did a careful walk around the entire perimeter of the cabin. I couldn't find any branches that might be hitting the walls, no loose shutters or siding that could account for the banging. No animals or people were visible anywhere, just the endless curtain of falling snow and the dark swaying shapes of the pine trees surrounding us. But near the back of the cabin, on one of the old porch rail posts, I found deep gouges in the wood that made my blood freeze in my veins. They looked exactly like claw marks, but they were far too large and too deep to have been made by any normal mountain wildlife. We don't have bears in this particular area, at least not commonly, and these marks were spaced in a way that I'd never seen from any mountain lion or other predator I was familiar with. The gouges were fresh too. Bright wood showed through where the weathered exterior had been scraped away, and I could see wood shavings scattered in the snow below. Whatever had made these marks had been here recently, possibly even while we were inside having dinner. That was the first real wave of genuine fear I felt. A cold dread that settled in my stomach and refused to leave. I ended up going back inside, carefully locking all the doors and even pushing a couple of the heavy wooden chairs against them, just for my own peace of mind. I told myself I was being ridiculous, overreacting to what was probably just evidence of some large raccoon or maybe a bear passing through weeks ago. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was actively watching us, something that didn't want us here. I checked on Samuel, who was sleeping peacefully on the couch, and listened at the bottom of the loft stairs. The older kids seemed to be resting quietly. Victoria hadn't stirred when I came back in. I tried to convince myself that everything was fine, that my city dweller nerves were just getting the better of me in an unfamiliar environment. The next morning, I told Victoria about the strange sounds and the claw marks. She looked genuinely worried, her face pale in the gray morning light filtering through the frost-covered windows. "My dad never mentioned anything like that," she said, then tried to lighten the mood by adding, "Maybe what you heard was just the ghost of some old mountain man." But even as she smiled, I could tell she was deeply concerned. We spent most of that day trying to maintain normalcy, focusing on practical tasks. I shoveled snow away from the front door and cleared a path to where we'd parked the car, while Victoria organized our supplies and checked the cabin's emergency equipment. The kids built an impressive snowman in the small clearing in front of the cabin, their laughter echoing off the surrounding trees. I tried to bury my worries in routine maintenance tasks, stoking the fire, checking that the generator still worked, testing the backup propane tanks. I'd almost managed to convince myself that the claw marks could have been from some large raccoon, or maybe even a bear that had wandered through months ago, before the heavy snows came. But as the afternoon wore on, the atmosphere in the cabin began to feel increasingly oppressive. The temperature outside continued to drop, and despite our best efforts to keep the interior warm, a persistent chill seemed to seep through the walls. The kids complained of being cold even when they were bundled in multiple layers and sitting directly in front of the fireplace. More disturbing were the sounds that began to occur with increasing frequency throughout the day. Footsteps in empty rooms, doors that we'd left open mysteriously closing by themselves, the occasional creak from the loft that sounded exactly like someone walking across the floorboards, even when we could see all three children downstairs. Victoria and I began exchanging meaningful glances, the kind of wordless communication that married couples develop over years together. We were both feeling it, this growing sense that we were not alone in the cabin, that something else was sharing the space with us. But neither of us wanted to voice these fears in front of the children. Samuel, however, seemed most attuned to whatever was wrong. He refused to play alone in any room, insisted on having someone with him even when he went to the bathroom, and kept asking about the walking sounds that he heard coming from the walls themselves. When we asked him to describe what he meant, he said it sounded like someone was walking around inside the walls, between the rooms, going places that people weren't supposed to go. That evening, the real terror started in earnest. We were sitting around the main room after dinner, Victoria reading by the fireplace while I helped Gabriel with a jigsaw puzzle, and Isabella played a card game with Samuel. The atmosphere felt almost normal for the first time since we'd arrived, and I was beginning to think maybe we'd all just been on edge from the stress of the drive and the intensity of the storm. Then the lights began to flicker. Not just a brief dimming, but a deliberate on-off pattern that seemed to have intention behind it. That's not necessarily unusual for a cabin in the mountains during a snowstorm. Power fluctuations are common when trees fall on lines or transformers get overwhelmed. So I got up to check the circuit breaker panel, assuming we'd find a simple electrical problem. But every single breaker was in the correct position. No tripped switches, no signs of electrical problems. The main power line coming into the cabin appeared to be functioning normally, yet the lights continued their erratic flickering, creating an unsettling strobe effect that made the shadows in the room appear to dance and shift in unnatural ways. Right then, while I was still puzzling over the electrical issue, we heard a tremendous crash from the loft above us. The sound was so loud and sudden that Samuel screamed and dropped his cards, and even Isabella jumped to her feet in alarm. The kids shouted down that something had fallen, so I rushed up the narrow stairs to investigate. The scene that greeted me in the loft made no sense whatsoever. A heavy wooden shelf that had been securely mounted to the wall had somehow toppled completely off its brackets, scattering family photos, decorative knickknacks, and small keepsakes across the floor. Isabella was standing in the corner, visibly shaken, while Gabriel was helping Samuel pick up the scattered items. "It just fell," Isabella said, her voice trembling. "We were just sitting here talking, and it just came off the wall, like someone pushed it really hard from behind." I examined the wall brackets carefully. They weren't broken, bent, or loose. The screws were still tightly embedded in the solid log wall. There was no structural reason for the shelf to have failed, no vibration or settling that could account for such a sudden, complete collapse. The shelf itself was undamaged. It had simply been forcibly separated from brackets that should have held it securely in place. We cleaned up the scattered items, trying to keep the mood light and reassure the kids that it was probably just the cabin settling in the cold weather. But there was a tension that none of us could ignore, a feeling that the incident had been deliberate rather than accidental. The children huddled closer together on their makeshift beds, and I noticed they kept glancing nervously at the now empty wall where the shelf had been. Later, around 11 o'clock, after the kids had finally settled down for the night, Victoria and I were sitting quietly in the main room. She was trying to read by the flickering firelight, and I was flipping through an old magazine we'd found in the cabin, when the radio suddenly burst to life with deafening static. The sound was so sudden and loud that I nearly fell off my chair, and Victoria leaped to her feet, staring at the old radio as if it had transformed into something threatening. The volume was turned up to maximum, filling the entire cabin with harsh crackling noise that seemed to echo off every surface. I rushed over to the radio, fumbling with the volume knob and the power switch. But here's what made it truly terrifying. The radio wasn't plugged in. We had specifically unplugged that particular outlet earlier in the day to conserve electricity, and the cord was lying on the floor beside the table. Yet somehow the radio was receiving power and broadcasting that awful static at full volume. For just a moment, as I struggled to find the volume control in the flickering firelight, I swear I heard a voice cutting through the static. Not words exactly, but something that sounded like urgent whispering, like someone trying to communicate through the electronic interference. The sound made the hair on my arm stand on end and sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the cabin's temperature. I finally managed to silence the radio by pulling the power cord completely away from the wall. But even then, it continued to crackle softly for another 10 or 15 seconds before finally going completely dead. The silence that followed felt almost more ominous than the static had been. Victoria was staring at me with wide, frightened eyes. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. It sounded like someone was trying to tell us something, like they were saying leave or get out. I nodded, my throat too tight to speak immediately. I had heard it too, and the voice had carried an urgency and desperation that suggested we were in immediate danger. Not even an hour later, our worst fears were confirmed in the most terrifying way possible. We heard a scream from the loft, not just a startled shout, but a genuine scream of absolute terror that made both Victoria and me spring to our feet and rush toward the stairs. We found all three children huddled together at the far end of the loft, pressed against the wall and pointing toward the corner near the stairs. Isabella was crying, Gabriel's face was completely drained of color, and Samuel was buried under his blankets with only his eyes visible, wide with fear. "There was someone there," Isabella stammered, her voice shaking so badly we could barely understand her. "A person, but not normal. They were tall and thin and just standing there watching us. When we screamed, they just disappeared, like they melted into the shadows." Gabriel nodded frantically. It wasn't like a person walking away. They were there, and then they weren't, like they just became part of the darkness in the corner. I grabbed the flashlight and thoroughly searched every inch of the loft, looking behind furniture, checking the small storage spaces, examining the windows for any signs of entry. But that corner was completely empty, and there was no way anyone could have entered or exited the loft without using the stairs, which we would have seen. The children were too frightened to stay upstairs alone, so we all decided to sleep together in the main room downstairs. I moved the couch and chairs to create a more open space, and we piled every blanket and pillow we could find into a makeshift campsite near the fireplace. Victoria and I took turns staying awake, sitting up and watching the room while the other dozed fitfully. Around 3 in the morning, during my watch, I heard the banging again. But this time it wasn't coming from outside the cabin. It was definitely coming from inside the walls, as if someone was walking around in the spaces between the rooms, moving through areas where no human could possibly fit. The sound would start in one wall, then gradually move along the length of the room, then shift to an adjacent wall as if something was systematically exploring the interior structure of the cabin. Sometimes it sounded like footsteps, other times like dragging or scraping, as if something heavy was being pulled across the wooden framework inside the walls. I got up with my flashlight and quietly made my way through the cabin, trying to follow the sounds. Every few minutes I caught a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, a dark shape that seemed to flow rather than walk, always just at the edge of my vision, and always gone when I turned to look directly at it. Twice I even spun around quickly with the flashlight beam, certain I'd catch sight of whatever was sharing the cabin with us, only to find nothing but empty rooms and normal shadows. But the sense of being observed never left me. If anything, it grew stronger, as if our invisible visitor was becoming bolder, more comfortable with our presence. The psychological pressure was becoming unbearable. My stomach was constantly twisted with anxiety, my heart rate elevated, my hands shaking slightly from the constant state of alertness. Victoria was experiencing the same symptoms. We were both operating on pure adrenaline and fear. But it was the effect on the children that finally convinced me we had to leave. Samuel had stopped talking except in whispers and only when directly questioned. Isabella was jumpy and fearful, starting at every small sound. Gabriel was trying to be brave, but I could see the strain in his face, the dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep. Whatever was in that cabin with us, whether supernatural entity, psychological manifestation, or something else entirely, it was having a profound and negative effect on my family's well-being. The rational part of my mind kept trying to find logical explanations, but the protective father in me knew that we were in a situation that could become genuinely dangerous. Finally, sometime just before dawn on our third day, when the storm showed the first signs of easing, I made the decision that probably saved our sanity, if not our lives. I woke Victoria quietly and told her we were leaving immediately. She didn't argue. If anything, she looked relieved that I'd finally voiced what we were both thinking. We roused the children and explained that we were going to pack up and head home early because of the weather conditions. They were all too eager to leave, and for the first time in days, I saw genuine smiles on their faces. Even Samuel emerged from his frightened silence to ask if we could go home now and never come back. We gathered our belongings in record time, throwing everything into suitcases and bags with none of the careful organization we'd used when packing. The atmosphere in the cabin felt different as we prepared to leave, heavier somehow, as if whatever presence we'd been sharing the space with was aware of our intentions and was not pleased. The wind had died down enough that driving was feasible, even if it meant tackling some treacherous mountain roads. We loaded the car quickly, everyone eager to get away from the cabin and back to the safety of civilization. As I carried the last bag to the car, I made the mistake of looking back at the cabin one final time. Standing in the front window, clearly visible in the gray morning light, was a tall, thin figure. It appeared to be human in general shape, but wrong in every detail. Too tall, too angular, with limbs that seemed slightly too long for its body. Most disturbing were its eyes, which seemed to glow with their own light, reflecting the dawn like an animal's eyes, but with an intelligence that was unmistakably aware and hostile. The figure didn't move, didn't gesture, didn't try to follow us. It simply stood there watching as we loaded our car and prepared to leave, its glowing eyes tracking our movements with predatory attention. I slammed the car door shut without saying anything to the family about what I'd seen, my heart racing and my hands trembling as I started the engine. We barely made it down the mountain, sliding around on the icy roads and navigating through snowdrifts that had grown even deeper overnight. But I felt an immense sense of relief once we reached the main highway and put some distance between us and that cursed place. The kids seemed to relax visibly as the miles passed, and by the time we reached the outskirts of Seattle, the oppressive atmosphere that had surrounded us for 3 days was finally beginning to lift. Later, when we'd had time to process what had happened, Victoria and I told her father about the strange events, the missing cross, the electrical problems, the shelf collapse, the radio incident, the banging in the walls, the figure the children had seen, and my final glimpse of something standing in the window. He listened quietly, his face growing paler with each detail, his hands developing a noticeable tremor. He never said he believed us outright, but I could see the recognition in his eyes, as if our story was confirming fears he'd harbored for years. Eventually, he admitted that his own father had experienced something evil in the cabin decades earlier, something that had made the old man reluctant to spend time there alone. It's been several years now since that terrifying weekend, and we haven't returned to the cabin, not even for a day trip. The kids don't ask about it anymore, though I sometimes catch them looking thoughtful when we drive past the turnoff to that mountain road. We've found other places to vacation, other mountains to explore, but none of us has forgotten what we experienced in that isolated cabin. I still wonder sometimes about the true nature of what we encountered. Was it some kind of residual energy from past tragedies? A psychological manifestation brought on by isolation and stress? Or was there actually something malevolent inhabiting that remote mountain cabin, something that fed on fear and wanted living people to leave its territory? The rational part of my mind continues to search for logical explanations. Carbon monoxide poisoning from the old furnace, infrasound from the wind causing hallucinations, mass hysteria triggered by the stress of the storm. But every time I recall that final moment, Seeing that impossibly tall figure standing motionless in the window, I know that some experiences transcend rational explanation. Whatever we encountered in that cabin was real, at least in terms of its effect on our family. It wanted us gone, and it got what it wanted. As far as I'm concerned, that cabin can remain empty forever. The mountain can keep its secrets, and we'll find our peace elsewhere. I hope anyone else who might consider staying there is better prepared than we were for what they might find lurking in the darkness between the walls. Because once you've experienced something like that, once you've felt the presence of something that exists outside normal human understanding, your sense of safety in the world is never quite the same again. Some places are simply not meant for the living, and that cabin high in the Colorado Rockies is definitely one of them. May God protect anyone who doesn't heed this warning. The autumn air bit through my jacket as our school bus rumbled up the gravel road towards Cedar Ridge Environmental Camp in October 2018. I was 11 years old, starting my 6th grade year, and this 3-day educational trip was supposed to teach us about environmental conservation and outdoor survival skills. The excitement that had filled our classroom weeks earlier had now transformed into nervous energy as we caught our first glimpse of the facility through the dusty bus windows. Cedar Ridge Camp looked nothing like the glossy brochures our teacher had shown us. The main lodge sat hunched against the tree line, its wood siding weathered gray and black with age and moisture, paint peeled from the window frames like diseased skin, and several shutters hung at odd angles, giving the building a lopsided, unsettling appearance. Behind the lodge, scattered throughout a clearing dotted with dying grass and muddy patches, stood our accommodations for the next 3 nights. The inequality became immediately apparent as we disembarked. The boys' cabin stood proudly on the eastern side of the camp, solid log structures with proper foundations, intact windows, and what appeared to be functional doors. Wisps of steam rose from vents on their roofs, suggesting working heating systems. The girls, however, were directed toward the western edge of the clearing, where a collection of structures that could generously be called rustic shelters awaited us. These weren't cabins in any traditional sense. They were essentially wooden frames wrapped in rough-hewn planks, with gaps between the boards wide enough to slip fingers through. The roofs consisted of corrugated metal sheets that had been patched multiple times with different materials, creating a patchwork of rust and mismatched colors. What should have been doors were simply openings covered by torn fly screens that fluttered in the wind like tattered flags of surrender. Camp Director Brennan, a heavy-set man with calloused hands and eyes that never quite met yours directly, gathered us around the flagpole for orientation. His voice carried an odd cadence, as if he were reading from a script he'd memorized long ago but no longer believed in. "Girls will be housed in the heritage accommodations," he announced with what might have been intended as enthusiasm. "These structures represent authentic frontier living conditions and will provide you with a genuine wilderness experience." The translation was clear. We were getting the worst housing because someone had decided that 11-year-old girls needed to be toughened up. The boys shuffled their feet and avoided eye contact, sensing the unfairness but saying nothing. Some of the girls began to whisper complaints, but Mrs. Henderson, our 6th grade teacher, quickly shushed them with sharp looks and warnings about maintaining positive attitudes. As we dragged our sleeping bags and duffel bags toward our assigned shelter, the reality of our situation became even more stark. The wooden platforms that served as floors were uneven and splintered, with several boards loose enough to rock underfoot. The smell hit us immediately, a mixture of mildew, rotting wood, and something else underneath that I couldn't identify but that made my stomach turn slightly. Stains darkened various sections of the walls and ceiling, their origins unknown but their appearance ominous. Our shelter housed 12 girls from our class, divided between 2 rooms separated by a thin partition that didn't reach the ceiling. The lack of proper insulation meant that every sound echoed through both spaces, creating an environment where privacy was impossible and sleep would be a challenge even under the best circumstances. The floor plan was simple and brutal in its efficiency. Wooden platforms ran along the walls where we were expected to lay out our sleeping gear. There were no beds, no mattresses, and certainly no pillows provided. The camp staff had given us thin foam mats that compressed to almost nothing under body weight, offering about as much comfort as sleeping directly on the wooden boards themselves. Chloe Martinez was my best friend and had been assigned to the same room as me, along with 4 other girls from our class. Chloe was the type of person who could find something positive in almost any situation, but even her usual optimism faltered as we surveyed our accommodations. Her long brown hair kept getting caught on the splintered walls as she moved around the cramped space, and she had already discovered that the floor sloped noticeably toward one corner where water damage had caused the supports to sag. The other girls in our room were Victoria Chen, a quiet Asian girl who wore thick glasses and always carried a water bottle covered in science-themed stickers. Twins Madison and Morgan Sullivan, who insisted on keeping their sleeping bags side by side, and Amber Johnson, a tall girl with freckles, who had already started complaining loudly about everything from the smell to the lack of electrical outlets for her hairdryer. Victoria had claimed the corner spot farthest from the doorway, methodically arranging her belongings with the precision of someone who needed order to feel secure. She folded her clothes into perfect squares, lined up her toiletries in size order, and positioned her sleeping bag so that it aligned exactly with the wall boards. There was something almost obsessive about her organization, as if creating perfect order in her small space could somehow protect her from the chaos of our surroundings. The twins, Madison and Morgan, had inherited their mother's nervous energy and their father's tendency to fill silence with chatter. They moved around the room like mirror images of each other, unpacking identical belongings and commenting on every detail in overlapping sentences that created a constant stream of background noise. Their presence was both comforting and annoying. Comforting because they filled the space with familiar sounds, annoying because those sounds made it impossible to think clearly about our situation. Amber had positioned herself near the doorway, claiming she needed quick access to the bathroom during the night. She was the type of girl who had never experienced discomfort in her life, coming from a family where camping meant staying in cabins with running water and room service. Her complaints started immediately and continued in a steady stream that grated on everyone's nerves but that nobody had the energy to address directly. As darkness approached, the true nature of our accommodations became even more apparent. The torn fly screens that served as our doors offered no security and no protection from insects. Mosquitoes had already discovered our shelter and were beginning to gather in anticipatory clouds near the openings. The gaps between the wall boards allowed cold air to flow freely through the structure, and we could feel the temperature dropping as the sun disappeared behind the tree line. The inadequacy of our bedding became obvious as we attempted to create comfortable sleeping arrangements. The thin mats provided virtually no cushioning against the hard wooden platform, and our sleeping bags, designed for mild weather camping, offered little protection against the cold that seeped up through the floor. The realization that we would spend 3 nights in these conditions created a growing sense of dread that none of us wanted to acknowledge openly. By the afternoon of our first day, it became clear that the heritage accommodations were not just uncomfortable, they were actively undermining our health. The combination of cold temperatures, poor ventilation, and damp conditions had created a perfect breeding ground for respiratory infections. What started as a few sniffles during lunch had evolved into a full-blown epidemic by dinner time. The symptoms appeared almost simultaneously across both girls' shelters. First came the runny noses and scratchy throats, followed quickly by body aches and fever. Girls who had been energetic and excited during the morning orientation were now moving slowly, wrapped in jackets and sweaters, their faces flushed with fever and their voices reduced to hoarse whispers. Victoria was among the first to show serious symptoms. Her normally precise movements became sluggish and uncoordinated, and she had developed a cough that sounded disturbingly wet and deep. She continued to maintain her obsessive organization, but now it seemed to require enormous effort. I watched her rearrange her toiletries 3 times, each attempt taking longer than the last, as if her brain was struggling to process the familiar task. The twins, Madison and Morgan, had developed matching fevers that left them lying on their sleeping bags like deflated balloons. Their constant chatter had been reduced to occasional whispered exchanges between them, conversations in a language only they understood. Their mother had packed them identical care packages with medicine and throat lozenges, but the supplies were quickly depleted as other girls begged to share. Amber's complaints had taken on a desperate edge, as her symptoms worsened throughout the day. She had called her parents twice on her cell phone, demanding that they come pick her up immediately. When that failed, she had marched to the camp office and demanded to speak with Director Brennan, insisting that the accommodations were uninhabitable and possibly illegal. Her protests fell on deaf ears, but her increasingly erratic behavior was beginning to worry even those of us who found her annoying. Chloe and I had somehow managed to avoid the worst of the outbreak, though we could feel the early symptoms beginning to take hold. my throat was scratchy, and I had developed a headache that seemed to intensify whenever I moved too quickly. Chloe was fighting off a persistent cough that she tried to muffle in her sleeve to avoid disturbing the sick girls around us. We took it upon ourselves to play makeshift nurses for our roommates, a role that felt simultaneously important and terrifying. Neither of us had any real medical training beyond basic first aid, but we found ourselves taking temperatures with the digital thermometer Chloe's mother had packed, dispensing over-the-counter medications and trying to keep track of who had taken what and when. The responsibility was overwhelming. Victoria's fever had spiked to over 101 degrees, and her cough was producing a disturbing amount of phlegm that she spat into tissues with increasing frequency. The twins were shivering despite being wrapped in multiple layers, and their matching fevers seemed to be feeding off each other in some strange sympathetic response. Amber had stopped complaining and had instead become unnaturally quiet, staring at the ceiling with glassy eyes that reflected the dim light in an unsettling way. The camp staff's response to the health crisis was minimal and inadequate. When we reported the situation to the counselors, they assured us that minor illnesses were normal during outdoor experiences, and that fresh air and physical activity would help everyone recover quickly. They provided additional blankets and suggested that the girls drink more water, but they showed no inclination to move anyone to better accommodations or to contact parents about the severity of the situation. As night approached, our shelter had transformed into something resembling a field hospital. Sick girls lay on their thin mats, wrapped in insufficient bedding, coughing and shivering in the cold air that continued to pour through the gaps in the walls. The sounds of illness, coughing, sniffling, moaning, and the rustle of tissues created a symphony of misery that made the space feel even more oppressive and claustrophobic. The second night brought new challenges that pushed our already strained situation beyond tolerable limits. The sick girls had finally managed to fall into fitful sleep around 10 o'clock, their coughs and moans creating a disturbing soundtrack that echoed through our thin-walled shelter. Chloe and I remained awake, partly because we were worried about our roommates, and partly because the sounds and smells of illness made rest impossible. We had positioned ourselves as close to the doorway as possible, hoping to catch some fresh air through the torn fly screen. The smell inside had become increasingly unpleasant as the day progressed, a mixture of medicine, fever sweat, and the underlying mustiness of the old building. The cold air that flowed through the gaps in the walls was uncomfortable, but it was preferable to the stagnant, sickly atmosphere that hung over the sleeping areas. Victoria had been restless all evening, tossing and turning on her mat, despite her fever-induced exhaustion. Her organizational obsessions had intensified with her illness, and she had spent nearly an hour before bedtime rearranging her belongings in increasingly complex patterns. Her water bottle, covered with its science-themed stickers, had become a particular focus of her attention. She positioned and repositioned it multiple times, measuring distances with her fingers and adjusting angles with mathematical precision. The disaster struck around 11:30, just as Chloe and I were beginning to think we might be able to get some sleep ourselves. Victoria, in the midst of one of her feverish movements, knocked over her water bottle with her elbow. The bottle, which she had apparently filled to capacity despite her illness, tipped and emptied its entire contents across the wooden platform. The water spread quickly across the uneven floor, flowing downhill toward the corner where my sleeping bag was positioned. I watched in horror as the cold liquid soaked through the fabric, saturating not just the exterior but seeping all the way through to the thin mat underneath. Within seconds, my entire sleeping arrangement was drenched in cold water that showed no signs of drying in the humid, unheated air of our shelter. The accident sent Victoria into a state of panic that seemed completely disproportionate to the situation. She began apologizing repeatedly, her voice rising to a near hysteria that threatened to wake the other sick girls. Her obsessive tendencies kicked into overdrive as she tried to clean up the spill with tissues and clothing, but her feverish state made her movements clumsy and ineffective. She kept wiping the same spots over and over, muttering numbers under her breath as if she were trying to calculate the exact amount of water that had been spilled. I tried to reassure her that accidents happen and that the situation wasn't her fault, but my words seemed to make her agitation worse. She began rocking back and forth on her mat, clutching her empty water bottle against her chest like a security blanket. The fever had clearly affected her ability to process stress, and what should have been a minor inconvenience had become a major crisis in her compromised mental state. Chloe helped me wring out what water we could from my sleeping bag, but the damage was extensive. The fabric remained cold and damp, creating a sleeping surface that would be both uncomfortable and potentially dangerous in the already frigid conditions of our shelter. We hung the bag over one of the wooden beams, hoping it might dry somewhat before morning, but the humid air and lack of heating made this unlikely. The irony of the situation wasn't lost on me. I had managed to avoid the worst of the illness epidemic that had struck down most of my roommates, only to find myself facing a night without adequate bedding in a building that offered no protection from the cold. The temperatures outside were dropping into the 40s, and the gaps in our walls meant that the interior temperature would likely match the exterior by morning. As I contemplated the prospect of spending the night shivering on a thin mat with no insulation, a disturbing thought occurred to me. Victoria's sleeping bag looked warm and dry, and Victoria herself appeared to be finally settling into sleep. The fever that had made her so agitated seemed to be providing her with enough internal heat that she had pushed her sleeping bag partially away from her body. It would be wrong to take advantage of a sick person's belongings, but my need for warmth was becoming desperate. The temperature continued to drop as midnight approached, and the sounds of illness that had filled our shelter throughout the evening began to subside into a restless quiet. The sick girls had finally exhausted themselves into sleep, though their rest was far from peaceful. Occasional coughs and moans punctuated the silence, creating an atmosphere of unease that made relaxation impossible even for those of us who remained relatively healthy. Chloe had developed a persistent cough that she tried to muffle in her sleeve, and I could hear the congestion building in her voice when she whispered to me across the narrow space between our mats. We both knew that she was beginning to succumb to whatever illness had struck down our roommates, but neither of us wanted to acknowledge it directly. The thought of both of us becoming sick while trapped in these inadequate accommodations was too frightening to contemplate. The twins, Madison and Morgan, had finally stopped their restless tossing and had settled into a synchronized sleep pattern that was both touching and unnerving. They faced each other on their adjacent mats, their breathing falling into the same rhythm, their movements mirroring each other even in unconsciousness. Their matching fevers had given their faces an identical flush that made them look like dolls rather than real children. Amber had become increasingly quiet as her illness progressed, and her silence was somehow more disturbing than her previous complaints had been. She lay motionless on her mat, staring at the ceiling with wide eyes that reflected the dim light filtering through the torn screens. When I whispered her name to check on her condition, she turned her head toward me with mechanical precision but didn't respond verbally. Her fever had clearly reached a level that was affecting her cognitive function. Victoria remained the sickest of our group, but her fever seemed to have stabilized somewhat after the water bottle incident. She had arranged herself in her sleeping bag with the same obsessive precision that characterized all her actions, positioning her body in perfect alignment with the wall boards and placing her belongings within exact reaching distances. Her breathing had taken on a wet, rattling quality that suggested her cold had developed into something more serious. The cold was becoming unbearable for me without proper bedding. My damp sleeping bag hung uselessly from the wooden beam where Chloe and I had positioned it, showing no signs of drying in the humid air. The thin mat provided no insulation against the wooden platform, and I could feel the cold seeping up through my clothing and into my bones. My muscles had begun to cramp from shivering, and my teeth chattered despite my efforts to control them. Chloe noticed my deteriorating condition and whispered suggestions for staying warm. We tried sharing her sleeping bag, but it was designed for one person and provided inadequate coverage for both of us. We experimented with using our jackets and extra clothing as blankets, but the cold air flowing through the wall gaps made any improvised bedding system ineffective. The thought of Victoria's warm, dry sleeping bag became increasingly tempting as my condition worsened. She appeared to be generating enough body heat from her fever that she had partially unzipped her bag and kicked off some of her covers. The contrast between her apparent warmth and my increasing cold created a situation that tested my moral boundaries. Taking advantage of a sick person's belongings was wrong, but hypothermia was a real possibility if I couldn't find adequate warmth. As I wrestled with this ethical dilemma, I began to focus more intently on Victoria's movements and sounds. Her breathing had settled into a regular pattern that suggested deep sleep, and her obsessive fidgeting had finally ceased. She appeared to be genuinely unconscious, lost in whatever feverish dreams had taken hold of her compromised mind. The decision to appropriate her sleeping bag, even temporarily, felt like crossing a moral line that would define my character for years to come. But the alternative, spending the remaining hours until dawn shivering on a thin mat in a building that offered no protection from the elements, seemed equally unacceptable. My physical need for warmth was beginning to override my ethical concerns about taking advantage of Victoria's condition. Around 1:30 in the morning, as I lay shivering on my inadequate mat and contemplating the ethics of sleeping bag theft, a movement from Victoria's corner caught my attention. Through the dim light that filtered through our torn screens, I saw her sit up slowly and methodically begin to gather specific items from her precisely arranged belongings. Her movements were deliberate and purposeful, lacking the feverish agitation that had characterized her behavior earlier in the evening. She picked up her thick-rimmed glasses and positioned them carefully on her face, adjusting them twice to ensure perfect alignment. Her water bottle, the same one that had caused my soggy sleeping bag disaster, was retrieved from its designated spot and examined briefly before being tucked under her arm. I watched with growing curiosity as Victoria stood up with surprising steadiness for someone who had been running a high fever just hours earlier. She moved with the mechanical precision that I had come to associate with her obsessive tendencies, but there was something different about her demeanor. Gone was the nervous energy and constant fidgeting that usually characterized her actions. Instead, she moved with a calm determination that seemed inconsistent with her illness. She stepped carefully over the sleeping forms of the twins, Madison and Morgan, avoiding the specific spots where their belongings were arranged. Her path to the doorway followed a precise line that suggested she had planned this route in advance, taking into account the positions of everyone in the room and the placement of all obstacles. There was something almost robotic about her navigation through the cramped space. At the doorway, Victoria paused and turned to look back into the room. The gesture seemed routine, as if she were checking to ensure she hadn't forgotten anything important. Her gaze swept across the sleeping forms of our roommates before settling briefly on me. I forced my breathing to remain steady and kept my eyes nearly closed, not wanting her to know I was awake and observing her movements. Satisfied with her inspection, Victoria pushed through the torn fly screen and disappeared into the night. Through the doorway, I could see her figure moving across the muddy clearing toward the bathroom facilities that sat approximately 3 minutes' walk from our shelter. The moon provided enough light to track her progress as she walked with the same measured, purposeful gait that had characterized her indoor movements. Chloe, who had been lying quietly on her mat beside me, shifted slightly and whispered my name. I turned to see that she was also awake and had been watching Victoria's departure with the same curiosity that had captured my attention. Her cough had worsened over the past hour, and I could hear the congestion in her voice when she spoke. "Did you see that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible above the sounds of our sleeping roommates. She moved like she wasn't even sick anymore. "And did you notice how she picked up specific things? Like she had a plan?" I nodded, struck by the same observations. Victoria's behavior had seemed inconsistent with someone suffering from a high fever and respiratory infection. Her movements had been too coordinated, too purposeful, too devoid of the confusion and disorientation that had marked her actions throughout the day. Something about her midnight bathroom trip felt deliberate in a way that routine biological needs typically don't. We lay in the darkness, listening to the sounds of our sick roommates and waiting for Victoria's return. The bathroom facilities were visible from our doorway, and we would be able to see her emerge and begin her walk back to the shelter. The entire round trip should take no more than 10 minutes, allowing for the slow, careful movement that someone with her symptoms would require. But as the minutes ticked by, Victoria failed to reappear. Chloe and I began to grow concerned about her welfare, imagining scenarios where her fever had caused her to become disoriented, or where she had collapsed somewhere between the bathroom and our shelter. The thought of a sick 11-year-old girl wandering around in the cold darkness created a growing sense of anxiety that made our own discomfort seem trivial. After approximately 15 minutes had passed without Victoria's return, Chloe's concern overrode her own illness-induced lethargy. She struggled to her feet, wrapping her jacket tightly around her shoulders and preparing to venture out into the cold night air to check on our missing roommate. The prospect of leaving our inadequate but familiar shelter was daunting, but the possibility that Victoria needed help made inaction seem irresponsible. "I'll go check the bathrooms," Chloe whispered, her voice hoarse from her developing cold. "Maybe she got sick in there and needs help, or maybe she's too weak to walk back on her own. You stay here and keep an eye on everyone else in case something happens." I agreed to remain in the shelter, partly because someone needed to monitor our other sick roommates, and partly because I was reluctant to leave what little warmth I had managed to preserve under my makeshift bedding arrangement. The thought of Victoria collapsed or disoriented in the bathroom facilities created images in my mind that were difficult to dismiss, but my own physical condition was deteriorating rapidly in the cold. Chloe pushed through the torn fly screen and disappeared into the darkness, following the same path that Victoria had taken 20 minutes earlier. I watched through the doorway as her figure moved slowly across the clearing, her gait unsteady due to her illness but her determination clear in her purposeful movement toward the distant bathroom building. While waiting for Chloe's return, I took the opportunity to address my sleeping situation. The cold had become unbearable, and my shivering was now violent enough to make my muscles ache. Victoria's absence presented an opportunity to temporarily use her sleeping bag without technically stealing from a sick person, since she had voluntarily left it behind when she departed for the bathroom. I moved carefully toward Victoria's corner, stepping over the sleeping forms of Madison and Morgan with the same precision that Victoria herself had demonstrated. Her sleeping bag lay open and inviting, still retaining the warmth from her feverish body. The contrast between its obvious comfort and my own cold misery made the decision to appropriate it temporarily seem not only justified but necessary for my survival. As I approached Victoria's meticulously organized sleeping area, I noticed something that stopped me in my tracks. The sleeping bag was not empty as I had expected. Instead, a human form lay beneath the covers, positioned with the same precise alignment that characterized all of Victoria's arrangements. The sleeping bag was zipped up to neck level, and a head rested on the makeshift pillow, turned away from me toward the wall. Confusion flooded my mind as I tried to process this impossible situation. I had clearly seen Victoria get up, gather her belongings, and leave the shelter 20 minutes earlier. Chloe had witnessed the same sequence of events, confirming that my fever-addled brain wasn't playing tricks on me. Yet here was unmistakable evidence that Victoria had never left her sleeping bag at all. I stood frozen in the darkness, my mind struggling to reconcile what I had observed with what I was seeing. The figure in the sleeping bag was breathing with the same wet, rattling pattern that had characterized Victoria's illness throughout the day. The size and shape of the form beneath the covers matched Victoria's petite frame perfectly. Even the positioning of the body reflected her obsessive need for precise alignment with surrounding structures. My first thought was that I had been hallucinating due to my own developing illness and the stress of our situation. The combination of cold, exhaustion, and worry could easily have caused my brain to create false memories or to misinterpret normal movements as something more significant. But Chloe had seen the same thing, and her illness was less advanced than mine. My second thought was that Victoria had somehow returned while I wasn't paying attention, perhaps while I was focused on navigating around the twins or distracted by my own discomfort. But this explanation didn't account for the timing. Chloe had left to check on Victoria only minutes earlier, and there had been no opportunity for Victoria to return without being seen. As I stood there trying to understand the situation, I heard footsteps approaching across the clearing outside. Chloe was returning from her bathroom expedition, and her pace suggested urgency or distress. I quickly moved away from Victoria's sleeping area and positioned myself near the doorway to hear her report. Chloe pushed through the torn screen with obvious agitation, her breathing labored from both her illness and her hurried movement across the uneven ground. Her face was flushed with fever and exertion, and her eyes held a confused, frightened expression that matched my own growing unease about the situation. "She's not there," Chloe whispered urgently. I checked both bathroom buildings and walked around the entire area. There's no sign of Victoria anywhere. It's like she just disappeared into thin air. The impossibility of our situation crystallized in my mind as Chloe delivered her report. Victoria was simultaneously absent from the bathroom facilities where we had seen her go and present in her sleeping bag where she had never left. The logical contradictions were giving me a headache that competed with my existing cold symptoms and sleep deprivation. "Chloe," I whispered, my voice barely audible in the darkness. "Look at Victoria's sleeping bag." Chloe turned toward Victoria's corner, following my gaze to where the familiar form lay beneath the covers. I watched her face as the same confusion that had gripped me began to register in her expression. Her mouth opened slightly, then closed again as she struggled to find words for something that had no logical explanation. "That's impossible," she breathed, moving closer to get a better look at the sleeping figure. We both saw her get up. We both watched her walk to the bathroom. She had her glasses, her water bottle, everything. How can she be here? We stood together in the darkness, staring at Victoria's sleeping form, and trying to reconcile our shared memories with the evidence before us. The figure in the sleeping bag continued to breathe with the wet, congested rhythm that had marked Victoria's illness throughout the day. Everything about the scene suggested that she had never moved from her precisely arranged sleeping area. I approached Victoria's sleeping bag with growing trepidation, needing to confirm what my eyes were telling me, but fearing what I might discover. As I got closer, I could see that her water bottle, the same one she had carried on her supposed bathroom trip, sat in its designated spot among her other belongings, positioned with the mathematical precision that characterized all her arrangements. "Victoria," I whispered softly, not wanting to wake the other girls but needing to understand what was happening. "Are you okay?" The figure in the sleeping bag stirred slightly at the sound of my voice, turning toward me with movements that seemed sluggish and disoriented. In the dim light filtering through our torn screens, I could see Victoria's face, flushed with fever and wearing the confused expression of someone emerging from deep sleep. Her thick glasses sat on her face in perfect position, despite the fact that I had clearly seen her put them on before leaving the shelter. "What?" Victoria mumbled, her voice thick with congestion and sleep. "What's wrong? What time is it?" "Did you just go to the bathroom?" Chloe asked, her voice tight with barely controlled panic. Victoria's confusion deepened as she processed the question. She pushed herself up slightly on her elbows, wincing at the movement, and looked around the shelter as if trying to orient herself. Her gaze moved from Chloe to me, then to the other sleeping girls, before returning to us with growing bewilderment. "What are you talking about?" she asked, her voice gaining strength as she became more fully awake. "I haven't been anywhere. I've been sleeping here all night. I feel awful. My fever is really high, and I can barely breathe. Why would you think I went somewhere?" The certainty in her voice was as disturbing as everything else about the situation. Victoria wasn't lying or trying to cover up a midnight adventure. Her confusion appeared genuine, and her physical condition suggested that she had indeed been lying in her sleeping bag for hours, fighting off the illness that had struck down most of our roommates. Chloe and I exchanged glances that communicated our shared bewilderment and growing fear. We had both witnessed the same sequence of events with crystal clarity. We had seen Victoria rise from her sleeping bag, gather her belongings, and walk purposefully toward the bathroom facilities. We had tracked her movement across the clearing until she disappeared into the distant building. Yet here she was, insisting with complete conviction that she had never moved. "But we saw you," I insisted, my voice rising slightly before I caught myself and returned to a whisper. "You got up around 1:30. You put on your glasses, picked up your water bottle, and walked to the bathroom. We watched you leave." Victoria's expression shifted from confusion to something approaching alarm. She sat up fully, ignoring the obvious discomfort the movement caused her, and stared at us with wide eyes that reflected genuine fear. Her obsessive tendencies kicked in as she began checking her belongings, counting items and verifying their positions with frantic precision. "My glasses never left my face," she said, her voice taking on the rapid, anxious quality that marked her most distressed moments. "My water bottle is exactly where I put it before going to sleep. All my things are in the same positions. I arranged everything specifically, and I would know if anything had been moved." The conviction in her voice was unshakable, but so were our own memories of what we had witnessed. As we stood there in the cold darkness of our inadequate shelter, surrounded by the sounds of sick children and the smell of illness and dampness, we were confronted with a truth that refused to conform to logical explanation. Chloe's developing illness made her more emotional than usual, and I could see tears gathering in her eyes as she struggled to process the situation. The stress of our accommodations, the health crisis affecting our group, and now this inexplicable contradiction between memory and reality was pushing her toward a breakdown that would help no one. "Maybe we're sicker than we thought," she whispered, her voice cracking with strain. "Maybe the fever is making us hallucinate or remember things that didn't happen. Maybe we should try to get some sleep and see if everything makes more sense in the morning." But even as she suggested this rational explanation, none of us believed it. Our memories were too vivid, too detailed, too consistent between two different observers to be dismissed as fever dreams or hallucinations. Something had happened in our shelter that night, something that challenged our understanding of reality itself. Victoria settled back into her sleeping bag, but her movements were agitated, and her eyes remained wide with fear. She began rearranging her belongings again, checking and rechecking their positions, as if the familiar ritual could somehow restore order to a world that had suddenly stopped making sense. As dawn approached and the first gray light began to filter through our torn screens, we remained awake, each lost in our own thoughts about what we had experienced. The official explanation would be that stress and illness had caused a shared delusion, a perfectly rational conclusion that satisfied the adults but failed to account for the precise details we both remembered. Even now, years later, I can recall every detail of that night with perfect clarity. The way Victoria moved with mechanical precision, the sound of her breathing, the exact item she carried, the path she took across the muddy clearing. Chloe remembers the same details, described in the same sequence, with the same disturbing accuracy. We never found a satisfactory explanation for what happened at Cedar Ridge Camp that October night in 2018. Victoria continued to experience unusual incidents throughout her life, as if that moment had opened a door that could never be completely closed. But for Chloe and me, it remains a single, inexplicable event that taught us that reality is far more fragile and mysterious than we had ever imagined. The memory still makes me shiver, though whether from cold or fear, I can never be certain. My name is Arthur Williams. I find myself reflecting on a life that's been anything but ordinary. For the past 15 years, I've worked as a park ranger in the dense, mysterious forests of northern Idaho. It's a job that's brought me more joy, wonder, and yes, terror than I ever could have imagined. I suppose I should start at the beginning. I wasn't always a ranger. In my younger years, I worked in an office in Boise, pushing papers and dreaming of something more. It wasn't until my 52nd birthday that I decided to make a change. My wife, Sarah, had passed away a year earlier, and our children were grown with families of their own. I felt untethered, adrift in a life that no longer seemed to fit. It was during a camping trip in Clearwater National Forest that the idea struck me. I'd always loved the outdoors, and as I sat by my campfire listening to the whisper of wind through the pines and the distant call of a loon, I felt more at peace than I had in years. The next morning, I marched into the ranger station and asked about job openings. The transition wasn't easy. At my age, the physical demands of ranger training were challenging, to say the least. But I persevered, driven by a newfound sense of purpose. When I finally donned my uniform and ranger hat for the first time, I felt a pride I hadn't experienced in decades. Clearwater became my home, my sanctuary. I learned every trail, every stream, every rocky outcropping. I could identify dozens of bird calls, track animals through the underbrush, and navigate the forest in the darkest night. I thought I knew every secret these woods held. How wrong I was. It was in my third year as a ranger that the incident occurred. The one that still haunts me, that makes me question everything I thought I knew about the natural world. It was 1998, a year that had started like any other, but would end up changing my life forever. The day it all began was unremarkable at first. It was early June, and we'd just come out of a week of heavy rain. I was assigned to check the lesser-known paths for storm damage, a routine task that I'd done countless times before. I woke before dawn, as was my habit. My small cabin on the edge of the forest was quiet, save for the gentle ticking of the old clock in the kitchen. I brewed a strong pot of coffee, its rich aroma filling the air as I prepared for the day ahead. As I sipped from my mug, I gazed out the window at the forest. The first hints of sunrise were just beginning to paint the sky, turning the sea of green treetops into a shadowy, undulating mass. I packed my gear methodically: first aid kit, trail maps, compass, radio, and of course my trusty rifle. We're required to carry firearms due to the wildlife, bears, mountain lions, and the like, though in all my years I'd rarely had cause to use mine. Still, it was a comforting weight at my side as I set out into the misty morning. The air was crisp and damp, heavy with the scent of wet earth and pine. As I made my way down the main trail, my boots squelched in the mud, leaving deep imprints that would soon be erased by the passage of animals or the next rainfall. I radioed in my position to base camp, my voice breaking the early morning stillness. "This is Ranger Williams. I'm heading out to check the eastern trails for storm damage. Over." The radio crackled with static before a voice responded. It was Marta, my colleague and friend. "Copy that, Arthur. Be careful out there. We've had reports of a few mudslides. Over." "Will do, Marta. I'll check in every hour. Over and out." As I ventured deeper into the forest, the familiar sounds of the awakening woods surrounded me. Birdsong filled the air, a melodious chorus that I'd grown to love over the years. Squirrels chattered in the branches above, and somewhere in the distance, I heard the distinctive sound of a woodpecker hard at work. The first few hours of my patrol were uneventful. I found a few downed branches and noted areas where the trail had been partially washed out by the heavy rains, but nothing too serious. It wasn't until around noon that I began to notice something. I had stopped by a small creek for my lunch break, sitting on a fallen log as I unwrapped the sandwich I'd packed. The burbling of the water and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze created a peaceful backdrop. But as I sat there, savoring my meal and sipping coffee from my thermos, I realized that something was missing. The birds had stopped singing. Now, to most people, this might not seem like much, but for someone who spends as much time in the woods as I do, it was jarring. The forest is never truly silent. There's always some ambient noise, be it wind or wildlife. But in that moment, it was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. I set my sandwich down, suddenly alert. My eyes scanned the surrounding trees, searching for any sign of what might have caused this unusual silence. A predator, perhaps, but I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just trees, undergrowth, and the quietly flowing creek. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease that had settled over me. "You're getting jumpy in your old age, Arthur," I muttered to myself, forcing a chuckle that sounded hollow even to my own ears. But as I packed up my lunch and continued on my way, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed in the forest I thought I knew so well. The rest of the afternoon passed slowly. I found more storm damage, a few downed trees and a small landslide blocking one of the lesser-used trails. I made notes of their locations, planning to send a crew out to clear them in the coming days. But all the while, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was ridiculous, of course. I was alone in this part of the forest. No hikers ventured this far off the main trails, and my fellow rangers were patrolling other areas. Yet every so often, I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I found myself gripping my rifle a little tighter than usual. As the day wore on and the shadows began to lengthen, I knew I should start heading back. But something compelled me to push on, to explore just a little further. That's when I came across the old logging road. It wasn't on any of the official maps, but we rangers knew about it. It had been abandoned years ago, left to be reclaimed by the forest. Weeds pushed up through cracks in the weathered asphalt, and young saplings had taken root along its edges. I'd been down this road a few times before, but something about it looked different today. There were marks in the mud along its edges, not quite footprints, but long dragging impressions that I couldn't identify. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to follow the old road, just for a little while. The forest seemed to close in around me as I walked, the trees looming taller and the undergrowth growing thicker. The silence that had unsettled me earlier now seemed oppressive, broken only by the sound of my own footsteps and the occasional snap of a twig beneath my boots. That's when I saw it, a flicker of unnatural color through the trees. I moved closer, pushing aside branches, and found myself on the edge of a small clearing. In the center stood a tent, weather-beaten and sagging, its once bright fabric faded to a dull gray. A small fire pit sat nearby, the ashes within it still warm to the touch. My first thought was that it must be an illegal campsite. We occasionally had issues with people setting up camp in restricted areas, but something about this site felt wrong. The tent looked like it had been there for months, yet the fire was recent, and there was that symbol carved into one of the nearby trees, a circle with an X through it. I'd never seen anything like it before. "Hello?" I called out, my voice seeming unnaturally loud in the quiet forest. "Is anyone here? This is Ranger Williams." No response came, not even an echo. It was as if the forest had swallowed my words. I approached the tent cautiously, one hand on my rifle. The zipper was partially open, and I could see a jumble of supplies inside. Old cans of food, a tattered sleeping bag, and what looked like a journal. I reached for it, my curiosity overriding my sense of caution. That's when I heard it, a twig snapping somewhere behind me. I whirled around, heart pounding, but saw nothing but trees and shadows. The journal lay forgotten as I scanned the forest, straining my eyes and ears for any sign of movement. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Show yourself." Only silence answered me. But as I stood there, surrounded by the deepening shadows of twilight, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there watching me, something that didn't belong in these woods, something that shouldn't exist. Little did I know, this was only the beginning. The true horror was yet to come, and it would challenge everything I thought I knew about the natural world and my place in it. But standing there in that clearing, with night falling fast and unknown eyes upon me, I made a decision that would change the course of my life. I turned and ran. My heart pounded in my chest as I ran, branches whipping against my face and arms. The forest I knew so well suddenly seemed alien and hostile. I didn't stop until I reached the main trail, my lungs burning and legs trembling from exertion. As I caught my breath, I fumbled for my radio. "Base camp, this is Williams. Do you copy?" My voice was shaky, and I hoped Marta wouldn't notice. After a moment of static, Marta's voice came through. "I copy, Arthur. Everything okay? You sound off." I hesitated, unsure of what to say. How could I explain what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen, without sounding crazy? I found an illegal campsite," I said finally. "Abandoned, but recent. There's something strange about it. I'm heading back now." "Copy that. Be careful out there. It's getting dark." As if on cue, I noticed the lengthening shadows around me. Twilight was settling in, and with it came a whole new set of forest sounds. The hoot of an owl, the rustle of nocturnal creatures awakening. Normally these sounds were comforting, familiar. Tonight, they sent chills down my spine. I quickened my pace, eager to get back to the ranger station. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the undergrowth made me flinch. More than once I caught myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see what? I couldn't even put a name to the fear that gripped me. It was fully dark by the time I reached the station. Marta was still there, her face creasing with concern as I burst through the door. "Arthur, what happened out there? You look like you've seen a ghost." I slumped into a chair, suddenly exhausted. "I'm not sure, Marta. I found this campsite, way off the usual trails, but it was wrong somehow, and I felt like something was watching me." Marta listened patiently as I recounted the events of the day, the unnatural silence in the forest, the strange campsite, the symbol carved into the tree. When I finished, she was quiet for a long moment. "That is odd," she said finally. "But Arthur, you know as well as I do that the forest can play tricks on your mind, especially when you're alone out there." I nodded, wanting to believe her. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this was something more than my imagination running wild. That night, sleep eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that symbol carved into the tree, felt the weight of unseen eyes upon me. I tossed and turned, my mind racing with possibilities, each more outlandish than the last. When dawn finally broke, I was already up and dressed. I knew what I had to do. I had to go back. I had to know if what I'd experienced was real or just a product of an overactive imagination. Marta raised an eyebrow when I told her my plan, but she didn't try to stop me. Instead, she insisted on coming along. "Safety in numbers," she said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. We set out early, retracing my steps from the day before. The forest seemed different in the morning light, less menacing, more familiar. But as we approached the old logging road, that sense of wrongness returned. "There," I said, pointing to the marks I'd seen yesterday. "Do you see those tracks?" Marta knelt to examine them. "Odd," she murmured. "They're not animal tracks, that's for sure. But they're not human either." We followed the tracks down the old road, our pace slowing as we neared the clearing where I'd found the campsite. My hand tightened on my rifle as we pushed through the last of the undergrowth. The clearing was empty. No tent, no fire pit, no symbol carved into any of the trees. It was as if the campsite had never existed. "Are you sure this is the right place?" Marta asked, her voice gentle. I nodded, too stunned to speak. I walked to where the tent had been, searching for any sign of its presence. The ground was undisturbed, covered in a thick layer of pine needles and leaves. "I don't understand," I muttered. "It was right here. I know it was." Marta placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. "Maybe we should head back, Arthur. You've been under a lot of stress lately. Perhaps—" Her words were cut off by a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the forest. We both froze, eyes wide, as the sound faded away. "What was that?" Marta whispered. Before I could answer, we heard it again, closer this time. It wasn't human. It wasn't animal. It was something. "Run," I said, grabbing Marta's arm. "Run." We tore through the forest, branches scratching our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. The screams continued, always just behind us, getting closer and closer. We burst out onto the main trail, gasping for breath. The screams had stopped, but the forest around us was deathly silent once again. "We need to call this in," Marta said, her voice shaking. "Whatever that was, it's not normal." I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. "Agreed, but who's going to believe us?" The next few weeks were a blur of activity. We reported what we'd heard, of course, but without any physical evidence there wasn't much the authorities could do. They conducted a cursory search of the area but found nothing out of the ordinary. But things had changed in the forest. More hikers reported strange noises, unexplained shadows moving through the trees. And then the disappearances started. It began with a solo hiker who never returned from a day trip. Then a pair of campers vanished without a trace. As summer wore on, more people went missing. Search parties were organized, but they never found anything. No bodies, no equipment, nothing. The forest that had once been my sanctuary now felt like a prison. Every day I'd patrol the trails, my eyes constantly scanning the trees, my ears straining for any unusual sound. More than once I caught glimpses of something moving just at the edge of my vision, something tall and thin, with unnaturally long limbs. But whenever I turned to look, it was gone. Months passed, and the disappearances continued. The authorities were baffled. Theories ranged from animal attacks to a serial killer hiding in the woods. But I knew the truth was something far stranger and more terrifying. As winter approached, I made a difficult decision. I couldn't stay in Clearwater any longer. The constant fear, the sleepless nights, the weight of knowing something was out there and being powerless to stop it, it was all too much. I put in for a transfer, citing stress and health concerns. My superiors were understanding. They'd seen the toll the recent events had taken on me. Within a month, I was reassigned to a small park in southern Idaho, far from the dense forests of Clearwater. But even as I drove away from Clearwater for the last time, watching the trees recede in my rearview mirror, I knew that this wasn't over. Whatever was in those woods, whatever had taken those people, it was still out there. And someday, somehow, I knew our paths would cross again. Years passed. I retired from the Park Service and settled into a quiet life in a small town. But I never forgot what happened in Clearwater. I kept track of the news, noting with a grim sort of satisfaction that the disappearances had stopped after I left. But every so often, I'd hear rumors of strange sightings in other forests, of hikers going missing in circumstances that sounded all too familiar. And then, one evening as I sat on my porch watching the sun set, I saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the woods behind my house. Tall and thin, with limbs too long to be human, and a face, if you could call it that, devoid of features. It watched me for a long moment, and I felt the weight of its gaze just as I had all those years ago in Clearwater. Then, slowly, deliberately, it raised one elongated arm and beckoned to me before melting back into the shadows of the trees. I sit here now, writing this account, knowing that I have a choice to make. Do I ignore what I've seen, try to convince myself that it was a trick of the light or an overactive imagination? Or do I acknowledge the truth I've known deep down all these years, that there are things in this world beyond our understanding, things that lurk in the shadows of our forests waiting? As I look out my window at the darkening woods, I know what I have to do. There are truths out there waiting to be uncovered, mysteries that need solving. And if not me, then who? Tomorrow, I'll pack my old ranger gear. I'll lace up my hiking boots, sling my rifle over my shoulder, and step into those woods. Whatever's out there, whatever has been watching and waiting all these years, I'll face it head on. Because some mysteries demand to be solved, no matter the cost, and some calls must be answered, even if they lead us into darkness. This is Arthur Williams, signing off. If you're reading this and I haven't returned, well, you'll know where to start looking. But be careful. Be very, very careful. Because in the depths of the forest, in the spaces between the trees where shadows linger, something is waiting, and it's hungry. My name is Frank Anderson, and I am 72 years old. What I'm about to tell you happened to me back in 1998, but the memory of it is as fresh as if it were yesterday. It's a story I've kept mostly to myself for years, partly out of fear that no one would believe me, and partly because reliving it brings back a terror I've never quite shaken. But now, as I approach the twilight of my life, I feel compelled to share it, perhaps as a warning, or maybe just to unburden myself of a secret I've carried for far too long. Back then, I'd been a park ranger for about 5 years, stationed in the remote stretches of the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. It wasn't a job I'd ever imagined for myself, but life has a way of taking unexpected turns. I grew up in Pittsburgh, a city boy through and through. My father worked in the steel mills, and I was expected to follow in his footsteps, but I had different ideas. I was bright, ambitious, and determined to make something more of myself. I went to college, got a degree in business, and landed a job with a big accounting firm right out of school. For a while, it seemed like I was living the American dream. I married my college sweetheart Sarah, bought a house in the suburbs, and started climbing the corporate ladder. But as the years went by, I found myself increasingly dissatisfied. The long hours, the constant pressure, the office politics, it all started to wear on me. Sarah and I grew apart, our conversations becoming shorter, our silences longer. It all came to a head one night in 1993. I came home late from work as usual to find Sarah sitting at the kitchen table, a packed suitcase by her feet. "I can't do this anymore, Frank," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I feel like I'm living with a stranger." The divorce was quick and relatively painless, at least in legal terms. Emotionally, it left me reeling. I threw myself into work, thinking it would help, but it only made things worse. 6 months later, I walked into my boss's office and quit. For a while I drifted. I sold the house, bought a small cabin in the woods of Pennsylvania, and tried to figure out what to do with the rest of my life. It was during one of my aimless hikes in the forest that I stumbled upon a help wanted sign at a ranger station. On a whim, I applied. To my surprise, they hired me. The job suited me in ways I never expected. The isolation that had initially attracted me soon became a source of peace. I liked being out in the woods, away from the noise and chaos of the city. The forest became my sanctuary, a place where the complexities of human relationships gave way to the simpler rhythms of nature. My job was peaceful for the most part. I spent my days patrolling the trails, assisting hikers, and making sure the wildlife stayed wild. I learned the names of trees and plants, the habits of animals, the changing moods of the forest through the seasons. For the first time in years, I felt like I was where I belonged. But nature, I was about to learn, isn't always peaceful. And some things that dwell in the deep woods are beyond our understanding. It was late October of 1998 when it happened. I had just come off a 3-day break, which I'd spent at my small cabin, tucked away a good hour's drive from the nearest town. The leaves had turned, and the forest was a riot of reds and oranges. The air had that crisp, clean scent that only comes with autumn in the Northeast. That morning, I was out on a routine patrol, just making my rounds. I remember thinking how lucky I was to call this place my office. I was driving the old park truck, a beat-up Chevy with more miles than I cared to count, down a gravel road that led to one of the more isolated trails. The radio was playing softly, some classic rock station that faded in and out as I wound through the hills. I hummed along absently, my mind already on the day ahead. I had plans to check on a family of black bears I'd been monitoring. The cubs would be getting big now, nearly ready to den up for the winter. As I rounded a bend, something caught my eye. A figure standing by the side of the road, arm outstretched, waving me down. This wasn't completely unusual. Hikers got lost or turned around all the time, especially in the more remote areas of the park. Still, something about this scene made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I slowed the truck, gravel crunching under the tires as I pulled over. As I got closer, I could see it was a woman. She looked to be in her late 20s, with dark hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. She was dressed in hiking gear, though her clothes looked a bit too new, like she'd just bought them for this trip. I rolled down the window, the cool autumn air rushing in. "Everything all right, miss?" I called out. The woman hurried over to the truck, her face etched with worry. There was a nervous edge to her voice as she spoke. "No, it's not. I need help. My friend. He went off the trail, and I can't find him. I'm worried something's happened." I've dealt with lost hikers before, but something about this woman's demeanor set off alarm bells in my head. She seemed genuinely frightened, not just concerned or embarrassed like most people who've wandered off course. "All right, ma'am, try to stay calm," I said, reaching for my radio. I'm gonna call this in, and then we'll go look for your friend.
What's your name?
Lydia, she replied, wringing her hands. Lydia Pearson. Please, we have to hurry. Don's been gone for hours. I nodded, keying the mic on my radio.
Dispatch. This is Ranger Anderson. I've got a report of a missing hiker near the East Ridge Trail. I'm going to investigate. Over.
The radio crackled with static before a voice came through. Copy that, Ranger Anderson. Keep us posted. Over. I turned back to Lydia. All right, hop in. We'll head to where you last saw your friend and start from there. Can you tell me more about what happened? As Lydia climbed into the passenger seat, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was going to be more than a routine search and rescue. Little did I know just how right that feeling would turn out to be. As we drove deeper into the forest, Lydia filled me in on the details. She and Don Martin, her boyfriend of 2 years, had come to the Allegheny National Forest for a weekend hiking trip. It was supposed to be a chance to reconnect, to rekindle their relationship after a rough patch. Don's been working so much lately, Lydia said, her voice tight with worry. This trip was my idea. I thought it would be good for us to get away from everything, you know. I nodded, keeping my eyes on the rough gravel road. How long have you two been out here? We arrived yesterday afternoon, she replied. We set up camp near the East Ridge Trail and went for a short hike. Everything was fine then. This morning we started out early. Don wanted to take some photographs. He's really into nature photography. We were about 2 hours in when he saw something off the trail. He said he wanted to get a closer look. And that's when he disappeared? I asked. Lydia nodded, her eyes welling up with tears. I told him not to go. The underbrush looked so thick, and we're not supposed to leave the trail. But he insisted. He said he'd only be gone for a few minutes. She paused, taking a shaky breath. That was 4 hours ago. We pulled up to the trailhead, and I grabbed my gear. A flashlight, a map, a first aid kit, and a few other essentials. As we started down the trail, I radioed in our location to dispatch. The forest was thick here, the underbrush dense and unwelcoming. The usual sounds of wildlife seemed muted, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. We called out for Don as we pushed through the brush, our voices echoing unnaturally in the stillness. About half an hour into our search, we found a small clearing. That's where things started to get strange. There were signs of a struggle, broken branches, scuffed ground, but no sign of Don. I bent down, examining the ground, and noticed something odd. There were footprints, but they didn't look right. They were too large and oddly shaped, almost like a human's, but distorted. I stood up, trying to make sense of it. Lydia, did Don have any medical conditions? Could he have wandered off? No, nothing like that, she replied, her voice shaky. He's an experienced hiker. He wouldn't just get lost. As we stood there, the forest seemed to close in around us. The air felt heavier, and the usual sounds of wildlife were conspicuously absent. I've been in the woods long enough to trust my instincts, and something about this felt wrong. We decided to split up, hoping to cover more ground. I gave Lydia my flashlight and kept the radio. We agreed to meet back in the clearing in 20 minutes. I moved deeper into the forest, calling out Don's name. The further I went, the more uneasy I felt. The trees seemed to loom over me, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Then I heard it, a rustling sound, not far off. I turned and headed toward the noise, my heart pounding in my chest. What I saw next stopped me in my tracks. There, partially hidden behind a tree, was Don, but he wasn't moving. As I got closer, I realized why. Don was dead. His body was slumped against the tree, his eyes wide open in terror. There were deep gashes on his arms and chest, and his clothes were shredded. It looked like he'd been attacked by some wild animal, but the wounds didn't match any animal I knew of in these woods. I backed away, reaching for my radio. But before I could call it in, I heard a scream. Lydia. I turned and ran back towards the clearing, my mind racing. When I got there, I found Lydia on the ground, unconscious, and standing over her was something. It wasn't human. It was tall, maybe 7 feet, with long limbs and a distorted face. Its skin was pale and stretched tight over its bones. It had no eyes, just dark, empty sockets, and its mouth was a gaping maw full of sharp teeth. I froze, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. The creature turned to me, and for a moment we just stared at each other. Then it moved, faster than anything I'd ever seen. I barely had time to react. I grabbed a branch and swung it at the creature, but it was like hitting a rock. The branch shattered, and the creature lunged at me. I dodged, grabbing Lydia and pulling her to her feet. We ran, the creature right behind us. My truck was our only hope. We stumbled through the forest, the creature's footsteps pounding behind us. I could hear its ragged breathing, feel its presence closing in. We burst out onto the gravel road, and I shoved Lydia into the truck before diving in myself. I started the engine and floored it, the tires spinning on the loose gravel before catching. The creature slammed into the side of the truck, leaving a dent, but we were already moving. I drove like a madman, my eyes on the road and the rearview mirror. The creature chased us for a while, but eventually it fell behind. I didn't stop until we reached the ranger station. What followed was a blur of questions, reports, and disbelief. I reported what had happened, though I left out the part about the creature. Who would believe me? Dawn's death was ruled as a bear attack, and Lydia and I were given some time off to recover. But I knew the truth. Something was out there. Something that wasn't an animal. Lydia moved away not long after, too traumatized by what had happened to stay. I don't blame her. Sometimes I wish I could leave too, but something keeps me here. A sense of duty, perhaps, or maybe a need to understand what really happened that day. Over the next few months, I did some research. I found old stories, local legends about a creature called the Wendigo. It matched what I saw, but there were no records of it ever being real. Just stories passed down through generations. Life went on, but I was changed. I became more cautious, always carrying a weapon on my patrols. I made sure to stay in constant contact with my team, and I never went back to that part of the forest alone. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear those footsteps in my dreams. I still see that face when I close my eyes. The forest, once my sanctuary, now holds a darkness I can never fully shake. I don't tell this story to scare people. I tell it because it happened, and because I think it's important to remember that there are things out there we don't understand. The forest is a wild place, and it doesn't always follow the rules we expect. As for Don, his death was a tragedy, and I think about him often. He didn't deserve what happened to him. None of us did. But we can't change the past. We can only learn from it and try to stay safe. So if you ever find yourself in the Allegheny National Forest, or any forest for that matter, remember this: stay on the trails, keep your eyes and ears open, and never ever go looking for something you don't want to find. Because sometimes in the deepest, darkest parts of the woods, the things we fear most turn out to be all too real. The incessant honking of car horns and the relentless chatter of millions of voices had finally taken their toll on me. As I sat in my cramped studio apartment in downtown Seattle, staring at the glowing screen of my laptop, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was slowly suffocating under the weight of urban life. The walls seemed to close in around me, a metaphorical representation of the stress that had been building up over months of grueling work and sleepless nights. It was in this state of near desperation that I remembered a conversation I'd had with my coworker Sarah a few weeks earlier. She had returned from a long weekend, looking refreshed and rejuvenated, her eyes sparkling with a vitality I hadn't seen in her for months. "You wouldn't believe how amazing it was, Alex," she had gushed, leaning over my cubicle wall. "This little town in Oregon, nestled right in the heart of the most beautiful forest you've ever seen. Whispering Pines, they call it. It's like stepping into another world." At the time, I had nodded politely, only half listening as I tried to focus on the mountain of work piling up on my desk. But now, as I sat in my apartment feeling the walls of my urban prison closing in, Sarah's words came back to me with startling clarity. Without giving myself time to second-guess the decision, I opened my browser and began searching for information on Whispering Pines. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for: a quaint bed and breakfast on the outskirts of town, promising a tranquil retreat from the hustle and bustle of city life. The photos showed a charming wooden structure surrounded by towering pines, their branches reaching toward a sky so blue it almost looked unreal. I didn't hesitate. Within minutes, I had booked a room for an extended weekend in September, when I knew the summer crowds would have thinned out but the weather would still be pleasant. As I clicked the confirm reservation button, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. For the first time in months, I had something to look forward to. A chance to escape, to breathe, to remember what it felt like to exist without the constant pressure of deadlines and expectations. The weeks leading up to my trip passed in a blur of anticipation. I found myself daydreaming about long hikes through sun-dappled forests, evenings spent reading by a crackling fireplace, and mornings waking up to the sound of birdsong instead of blaring car alarms. By the time September rolled around, I was more than ready for my adventure. The drive from Seattle to Whispering Pines took about 5 hours, but it felt like a journey to another world. As I left the city behind, the landscape gradually transformed. Towering skyscrapers gave way to rolling hills, which in turn yielded to dense forests of pine and fir. The air grew cleaner, crisper, filled with the scent of evergreens and wild herbs. It was late afternoon when I finally turned onto the narrow road leading into Whispering Pines. The town itself was smaller than I had imagined, a collection of rustic buildings clustered around a quaint main street. As I drove slowly through, I noticed a few locals going about their business, offering friendly waves as I passed. The bed and breakfast, Pinecrest Lodge, was exactly as it had appeared in the photos. A large, 2-story log cabin set back from the road, surrounded by a sea of green. As I pulled into the gravel driveway, the front door opened, and a woman stepped out onto the porch. "You must be Alex," she called, her voice warm and welcoming. "I'm Martha. We've been expecting you." I climbed out of my car, stretching my legs after the long drive.
It's nice to meet you, Martha. This place is beautiful.
Martha beamed with pride. "Thank you, dear. We do our best to keep it that way. Come on in, and I'll show you to your room. You must be tired after your journey." As I followed Martha into the lodge, I couldn't help but feel a sense of peace wash over me. The interior was just as charming as the exterior, with polished wooden floors, comfortable-looking furniture, and a large stone fireplace dominating one wall of the common area. My room was on the second floor, a cozy space with a queen-sized bed, a writing desk by the window, and a small ensuite bathroom. But it was the view that took my breath away. The window overlooked the forest, an endless expanse of green stretching as far as the eye could see. "Dinner's at 7 if you'd like to join us," Martha said as she handed me the key. "We've got a few other guests staying, and it's always nice to share a meal and get to know each other." I thanked her and promised to be down for dinner. As soon as she left, I flopped onto the bed, feeling the tension of the past few months begin to melt away. The quiet was almost startling after so long in the city. No traffic noise, no sirens, just the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, the light had changed, taking on the golden hue of early evening. A glance at my watch told me it was nearly 7, so I quickly freshened up and made my way downstairs. The dining room was a warm, inviting space with a large oak table that could easily seat a dozen people. Martha was bustling about, setting out plates and cutlery, while a man I assumed was her husband was bringing in steaming dishes from the kitchen. "Ah, Alex," Martha smiled as she saw me. Come in. Let me introduce you to our other guests." There were 4 other people already seated at the table. An elderly couple, introduced as the Johnsons, who were celebrating their 50th wedding anniversary with a trip through the Pacific Northwest. A middle-aged woman named Linda, an artist from Portland who had come to Whispering Pines for inspiration. And finally, a man about my age named Tom, who, like me, had come seeking a break from city life. As we ate, a delicious meal of roast chicken, vegetables from Martha's garden, and homemade apple pie for dessert, conversation flowed easily. The Johnsons regaled us with stories from their long marriage. Linda spoke passionately about her art, and Tom and I compared notes on our respective city lives and what had brought us to this quiet corner of Oregon. It was well past 10 by the time we finished our meal and retired to our rooms. As I lay in bed that night, listening to the gentle whisper of the wind through the pines, I felt more relaxed than I had in years. Little did I know that this sense of peace was about to be shattered in the most horrifying way imaginable. The next few days passed in a blissful haze of relaxation and exploration. Each morning, I woke to the sound of birdsong and the smell of fresh coffee wafting up from the kitchen. After a hearty breakfast shared with the other guests, I would set out to explore the town and its surroundings. Whispering Pines, I discovered, was a place that seemed to exist in a bubble, untouched by the frantic pace of the outside world. The locals were friendly and unhurried, always ready with a smile or a bit of local gossip. I spent hours wandering the main street, browsing the small shops that sold everything from handmade crafts to homemade jams and jellies. One of my favorite discoveries was a tiny bookstore tucked away on a side street. The owner, a jovial man in his 60s named Frank, seemed to know every book in his shop intimately. We spent a pleasant afternoon discussing literature, and I left with a stack of books to keep me company during my stay. But it was the natural beauty surrounding Whispering Pines that truly captured my heart. The forest was a wonderland of towering trees, babbling brooks, and hidden meadows bursting with wildflowers. I spent hours hiking the well-maintained trails, drinking in the peace and serenity of the wilderness. On my third day, I met Bernard, a local hunter and nature guide. I had stopped to catch my breath at a scenic overlook when he appeared beside me, moving so quietly through the forest that I hadn't heard him approach. "Beautiful view, isn't it?" he said, startling me out of my reverie. I turned to find a man in his late 50s, with weathered features and keen eyes that seemed to take in everything around us. He introduced himself as Bernard, and upon learning that I was a visitor, offered to show me some of the less well-known trails. Over the next couple of days, Bernard became my unofficial guide to the wilderness around Whispering Pines. He was a wealth of knowledge about the local flora and fauna, pointing out plants I would have overlooked and teaching me to recognize animal tracks. "You've got to respect the forest," he told me as we rested by a crystal-clear stream on our second hike together. "It's beautiful, sure, but it can be dangerous if you're not careful. Always be aware of your surroundings and never underestimate the wild." I nodded, absorbing his words. At the time, I thought he was just being cautious, warning a city dweller about the usual dangers of the wilderness, getting lost, encountering a bear, that sort of thing. I had no idea how prophetic his warning would prove to be. As the days passed, I felt myself unwinding, the stress and tension of city life melting away like morning mist under the warm sun. I slept better than I had in years, lulled to sleep each night by the gentle whisper of wind through the pines. My dreams were filled with images of sunlit glades and starry skies, unsullied by the harsh glare of city lights. It wasn't until my fourth day in Whispering Pines that the first hints of unease began to creep in. I had decided to take a solo hike that afternoon, feeling confident enough in my newfound wilderness skills to venture out on my own. The day was perfect. Warm sunshine, a gentle breeze, and a sky so blue it almost hurt to look at. I set out after lunch, my backpack loaded with water, snacks, and my camera. The trail I had chosen was one Bernard had mentioned but hadn't shown me yet. A bit more challenging than the others, he'd said, but with some spectacular views if you were willing to put in the effort. For the first couple of hours, the hike was everything I had hoped for. The trail wound through dense forest, occasionally opening up to reveal breathtaking vistas of the surrounding mountains. I took my time, stopping often to snap photos or simply to stand in awe of the natural beauty around me. It was late afternoon when I reached a particularly picturesque spot. The trail had emerged from the forest into a small clearing, offering a panoramic view of the valley below. I paused to catch my breath and take a few photos, marveling at how the setting sun painted the landscape in hues of gold and amber. As I lowered my camera, something caught my eye at the edge of the clearing. At first, I thought it was just a pile of leaves or debris blown there by the wind. But as I looked closer, a chill ran down my spine. What I had mistaken for forest detritus was actually a heap of tattered clothing. Curiosity overrode my initial sense of unease, and I approached the pile cautiously. As I drew closer, the true horror of what I was seeing began to dawn on me. The clothing was not just tattered, it was shredded, as if something had torn at it with incredible force. And surrounding the torn fabric was a dark stain that I realized, with a sickening lurch in my stomach, was dried blood. My hand shaking, I reached out to touch the fabric, only to recoil in horror as my fingers brushed against something hard and white beneath the cloth. With a rising sense of panic, I realized I was looking at bones, human bones, picked clean and partially crushed. The peaceful serenity of the forest suddenly seemed oppressive, the lengthening shadows taking on a menacing quality. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. What kind of animal could have done this? A bear, perhaps. But even as I thought it, I knew that this was no ordinary animal attack. The violence of the scene before me spoke of a savagery that went beyond simple predation. My first instinct was to call for help. But as I fumbled for my phone, I realized with growing dread that I had no signal. I was alone in the wilderness, miles from town, with night falling, and the evidence of some horrific tragedy at my feet. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to take deep breaths, trying to think rationally. I needed to get back to town to report what I had found. But the thought of navigating the trail in the growing darkness filled me with terror. What if whatever had done this was still out there, waiting in the shadows? With one last horrified glance at the grisly scene, I turned and began to make my way back down the trail as quickly as I dared. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of fear through me. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming just hours before, now felt oppressive and threatening. It was fully dark by the time I stumbled back into town, my clothes torn from my headlong rush through the underbrush, my face scratched and my lungs burning. I made my way directly to the small police station, bursting through the door and startling the lone officer on duty. "Whoa there, son," the officer said, rising from his desk with a concerned look. "What's got you in such a state?" Between gasps for breath, I managed to relay what I had found. The officer, a middle-aged man named Deputy Collins, listened with growing concern. He asked me to repeat certain details, his frown deepening with each retelling. "Are you sure about what you saw?" he asked finally. "It's easy for the mind to play tricks, especially as it's getting dark out there." I insisted that I knew what I had seen. The image of those shredded clothes and bleached bones burned into my memory. Deputy Collins sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "All right," he said at last. "I'll send a team out first thing in the morning to check it out. In the meantime, I'm going to need you to stay in town. We may have more questions for you." As I left the police station, I felt a mix of relief at having reported my grisly discovery and frustration at the deputy's apparent lack of urgency. Didn't he understand the implications of what I had found? There could be a dangerous animal, or something worse out there in the woods. I made my way back to Pinecrest Lodge in a daze, the events of the afternoon replaying in my mind. Martha met me at the door, her usual cheerful expression replaced by one of concern. "Alex, dear, what happened to you?" she asked, taking in my disheveled appearance. I hesitated, unsure of how much to say. I didn't want to cause a panic, but I also felt that people needed to be warned. In the end, I gave her an abbreviated version of events, leaving out the more gruesome details. Martha listened with growing alarm. "Oh my," she said when I had finished. "I've never heard of anything like that happening around here before. Are you sure you're all right? You look like you could use a good meal and some rest?" I assured her that I was fine, just shaken up, and made my way up to my room. But as I lay in bed that night, sleep eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those tattered clothes, those bleached bones, and in the darkness of my room, my imagination conjured up terrifying images of what might be lurking out there in the woods. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of a nightmare that would shake Whispering Pines to its very foundations. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and filled with unsettling dreams. I tossed and turned, my subconscious mind replaying the gruesome scene I had stumbled upon, embellishing it with terrifying details born of my fears and imagination. In my dreams, shadows moved at the edge of my vision, always just out of sight, and inhuman howls echoed through the forest. I woke with a start, my heart pounding, and my sheets damp with sweat. For a moment I was disoriented, the lingering tendrils of my nightmares making the familiar contours of my room at Pinecrest Lodge seem alien and threatening. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering through the curtains, I realized it was early morning, the sky outside just beginning to lighten with the promise of dawn. Knowing that sleep would elude me now, I decided to get up and face the day. As I showered and dressed, I tried to shake off the lingering unease from my dreams, telling myself that in the light of day things would seem less ominous. Yet I couldn't quite dispel the memory of what I had seen in the forest. When I made my way downstairs, I found Martha already in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. The smell of coffee and bacon filled the air, a comforting normalcy that helped to ground me. "Good morning, Alex," Martha greeted me, her usual cheerful smile tinged with concern. "You're up early. Did you sleep all right?" I mumbled something non-committal, not wanting to worry her further. As I sipped my coffee, Martha bustled about the kitchen, her constant movement and chatter creating a soothing backdrop. Gradually, I felt some of the tension from the night before begin to ease. It wasn't long before the other guests began to filter in, drawn by the promise of Martha's cooking. Tom, the other city dweller, took a seat next to me at the table. "Rough night?" he asked, eyeing the dark circles under my eyes. I hesitated, then decided to confide in him. In a low voice, I recounted my experience from the day before, watching as Tom's expression shifted from curiosity to disbelief to growing concern. "That's intense," he said when I had finished. "Are you sure about what you saw? I mean, it could have been an animal attack, right?" I shook my head. "You didn't see it, Tom. This was something else, something worse." Our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Deputy Collins. He entered the dining room with a grim expression, his eyes scanning the room until they landed on me. "Mr. Hamilton," he said, approaching our table, "I'm going to need you to come down to the station. We've got some questions about your discovery yesterday." A hush fell over the room as the other guests turned to stare. I could feel their curious gazes on my back as I followed Deputy Collins out to his patrol car. The ride to the police station was tense and silent. Deputy Collins seemed lost in thought, his usual affable demeanor replaced by a worried frown. When we arrived, he led me to a small interview room and closed the door behind us. "All right, Mr. Hamilton," he said, taking a seat across from me. "I need you to tell me everything you saw yesterday. Every detail, no matter how small or insignificant it might seem." For the next hour, I recounted my experience, describing the scene in the clearing with as much detail as I could remember. Deputy Collins listened intently, occasionally interrupting to ask for clarification or additional details. When I had finished, he leaned back in his chair with a heavy sigh. "We sent a team out to the location you described this morning," he said. "They found..." A chill ran down my spine. "What kind of evidence?" I asked, not sure I wanted to know the answer. Deputy Collins hesitated, then seemed to come to a decision. "I'm going to level with you, Mr. Hamilton. We found blood, a lot of it, and remains. Human remains. But by the time we got there, most of the evidence had been disturbed. Tracks all around the area, but nothing we could make sense of. It's like nothing I've ever seen before." The implications of what he was saying hit me like a physical blow. "So you believe me about it not being a normal animal attack?" "I don't know what to believe," Deputy Collins admitted, "but I know something's not right. We've called in help from the state police, but until they arrive, we're keeping this quiet. Don't want to cause a panic." As I left the police station, my mind was reeling. The official acknowledgement of what I had seen somehow made it more real, more terrifying. The peaceful facade of Whispering Pines suddenly seemed fragile, a thin veneer hiding something dark and dangerous. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I wandered the streets of the town, seeing it with new eyes. The friendly smiles of the locals now seemed strained, hiding worry or fear, or was I just projecting my own unease onto them? As evening approached, I found myself drawn to the local bar, seeking some form of distraction or comfort. The place was busier than I had seen it before, a low murmur of conversation filling the air. I took a seat at the bar, ordered a whiskey, and tried to lose myself in the ambient noise. It was there that I overheard a conversation that made my blood run cold. Two men, locals by the sound of their accents, were talking in low voices at the end of the bar. "Third one this year," one of them was saying. "Can't be a coincidence." "Shh," the other man hissed. "We don't talk about that. You know the rules." "Rules be damned," the first man retorted. "People are dying. We can't just ignore it." "And what would you have us do? You know what happened last time someone tried to..." Their voices dropped even lower, and I couldn't make out the rest of the conversation. But what I had heard was enough to send a chill down my spine. "Third one this year." Were there other incidents like what I had witnessed? And why was everyone so intent on keeping it quiet? As I made my way back to Pinecrest Lodge that night, the streets of Whispering Pines seemed darker, the shadows deeper. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was out there in the darkness, waiting. Back in my room, I double-checked the lock on my door and drew the curtains tight. But as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I knew that sleep would be a long time coming. The peaceful retreat I had sought had turned into something far more sinister, and I was beginning to fear that I had stumbled into a nightmare from which there might be no easy escape. The next morning dawned gray and overcast, matching my mood perfectly. I had managed to snatch a few hours of restless sleep, but my dreams had been plagued by shapeless terrors and the sound of inhuman howls echoing through endless forests. As I made my way downstairs, I could feel the tension in the air. The other guests were subdued, speaking in hushed tones that fell silent as I entered the room. News of my discovery had clearly spread. and I could see the mixture of curiosity and fear in their eyes as they glanced my way. Martha bustled about, trying to maintain an air of normalcy, but I could see the strain in her smile, the worry lines etched more deeply around her eyes. As she set a plate of eggs and toast in front of me, she leaned in close. "Bernard's asking for you," she murmured. "Says he needs to talk to you, urgent-like." I nodded, my appetite suddenly gone. Bernard, the seasoned hunter who had shown me the trails, might have some insights into what was happening. At the very least, he knew these woods better than anyone. After choking down a few bites of breakfast, I made my way to Bernard's cabin on the outskirts of town. The old hunter was waiting for me on his porch, a rifle cradled in his arms and a grim expression on his weathered face. "Took you long enough," he growled as I approached. "Come on inside, we need to talk." Bernard's cabin was a cluttered space, every surface covered with hunting trophies, old books, and various tools of his trade. He gestured for me to take a seat while he paced the room, his agitation palpable. "I heard about what you found," he said finally, coming to a stop in front of me. "And I think it's time you knew the truth about Whispering Pines." Over the next hour, Bernard spun a tale that seemed too fantastic, too horrifying to be true. But as he spoke, pieces began to fall into place, and a terrifying picture emerged. According to Bernard, the forests around Whispering Pines had always been home to something ancient and malevolent. The indigenous people who had lived in these lands long before the town was founded had legends of shape-shifting creatures that hunted in the deep woods, taking on the form of their prey to lure them to their doom. When the first settlers came here, Bernard continued, his voice low and intense, they thought the stories were just superstition, but then people started disappearing. Hunters would go out into the woods and never return. Children would vanish from their beds in the night. The town had tried to fight back, organizing hunting parties to track down whatever was plaguing them, but they were woefully unprepared for what they found. "It was a massacre," Bernard said, his eyes haunted by the memory. "Those that survived, well, they came to an understanding with the creatures, a pact of sorts. The terms of this pact, as Bernard explained them, turned my stomach. The town would turn a blind eye to occasional disappearances, write them off as tragic accidents or animal attacks. In return, the creatures would limit their hunting, would not attack the town directly. But lately," Bernard said, his voice dropping to a whisper, "something's changed. The attacks are becoming more frequent, more brazen. What you saw out there, that's just the beginning." As Bernard's tale came to an end, I sat in stunned silence, trying to process what I had heard. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as the ramblings of a superstitious old man. But after what I had seen, could I really afford to disbelieve him? "Why are you telling me this?" I asked finally. Bernard's eyes met mine, filled with a mixture of fear and determination. "Because you've seen them now. You're a part of this whether you want to be or not. And because I think you might be able to help us end this, once and for all." Before I could ask what he meant, a piercing scream shattered the quiet of the afternoon. Bernard was on his feet in an instant, grabbing his rifle.
It's starting,
he said grimly. "They're coming out of the woods." As we rushed out of the cabin, the peaceful facade of Whispering Pines was crumbling around us. In the distance, I could see shapes moving at the edge of the forest, shapes that seemed to shift and change as I watched. The air was filled with screams and the sound of breaking glass. Bernard pressed a handgun into my palm, the metal cold and unfamiliar in my grip. "Stay close," he ordered. "And whatever you do, don't let them touch you." As we made our way towards the center of town, the true horror of what was unfolding became clear. The creatures Bernard had spoken of were real, and they were attacking the town with a savagery that defied belief. I caught glimpses of them as we moved, grotesque, shifting forms that seemed to be a nightmarish blend of human and animal characteristics. Townspeople ran in panic, while others barricaded themselves in buildings. I saw Deputy Collins organizing a group of armed men trying to mount some kind of defense. But against these creatures, conventional weapons seemed to have little effect. "We need to get to the old church," Bernard shouted over the chaos. "There's something there that might help us." As we fought our way through the panicked crowds, I couldn't help but wonder what I had gotten myself into. This peaceful Oregon town had become a war zone, and I was caught in the middle of a conflict I barely understood. But as I followed Bernard towards whatever salvation he thought we might find, one thing was clear. The whispering pines I had come to for a relaxing getaway was gone. In its place was a nightmare beyond anything I could have imagined, and survival was far from guaranteed. The old church Bernard spoke of stood on a hill overlooking the town, its weathered spire reaching towards the sky like a finger pointing accusingly at the heavens. As we made our way up the winding path, the sounds of chaos from the town below grew fainter, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to press in on us from all sides. Bernard led the way, his rifle at the ready, every line of his body taut with tension. I followed close behind, the unfamiliar weight of the handgun a constant reminder of the danger we were in. My heart pounded in my chest, and every rustle of leaves or snapping twig made me flinch, expecting to see one of those monstrous shapes lunging at us from the undergrowth. "What exactly are we looking for?" I whispered as we approached the church. Bernard's response was terse. "A weapon. Something the first settlers brought with them. Something that can hurt these creatures." The church door creaked ominously as Bernard pushed it open, the sound echoing in the still air. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of dust and decay. Weak light filtered through grimy stained glass windows, casting multicolored shadows across the floor. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I saw that the interior of the church was in a state of advanced decay. Pews lay overturned, their wood rotting and split. The altar at the far end was covered in a thick layer of dust, and cobwebs hung like funeral shrouds from every corner. Bernard moved purposefully towards the altar, his eyes scanning the floor. "It should be here somewhere," he muttered. "A trapdoor, ah!" With a grunt of effort, he shoved aside a fallen piece of masonry, revealing a small iron-bound door set into the floor. The lock had long since rusted away, and it took both of us to heave the door open, revealing a narrow stone staircase descending into darkness. "Down there?" I asked, unable to keep the tremor from my voice. Bernard nodded grimly. "Down there. Stay close, and keep your eyes open. No telling what might be waiting for us." The stairs seemed to go on forever, spiraling down into the earth. The air grew colder as we descended, and I could hear the soft drip of water echoing from somewhere in the darkness. Finally, the stairs opened out into a large, circular chamber. As Bernard's flashlight swept the room, I gasped. The walls were covered in intricate carvings, depicting scenes of violence and horror. I saw representations of the creatures we had encountered, shown in various stages of transformation, and everywhere images of death and suffering. But it was what stood in the center of the room that truly caught my attention. On a raised dais stood a pedestal, and on that pedestal rested a sword. It was unlike any weapon I had ever seen, its blade seeming to shimmer and shift in the beam of the flashlight, as if it couldn't quite decide what shape it wanted to be. "That's it," Bernard breathed, a note of awe in his voice. "The weapon that can end this nightmare." As Bernard reached for the sword, a low growl echoed through the chamber. We spun around to see one of the creatures crouched in the doorway, its form rippling and changing as it prepared to attack. What followed was a blur of violence and terror. Bernard moved with a speed that belied his age, snatching up the sword and meeting the creature's charge. The blade seemed to come alive in his hands, leaving trails of silver light in the air as it sliced through the monster's shifting flesh. I stood frozen, the gun forgotten in my hand, as Bernard and the creature engaged in a deadly dance. The old hunter was holding his own, but I could see that he was tiring. With each passing moment, the creature's attacks grew closer to finding their mark. In that moment, something snapped inside me. The fear and confusion of the past few days crystallized into a burning determination. I raised the gun, took careful aim, and squeezed the trigger. The report of the gunshot was deafening in the confined space. My shot went wide, but it was enough to distract the creature for a crucial moment. Bernard seized the opportunity, driving the mystical sword deep into the monster's writhing form. There was a sound like reality itself tearing apart, and the creature dissolved into a cloud of foul-smelling mist. As the last wisps faded away, Bernard stumbled back, leaning heavily on the sword. "Good shot, kid," he panted. "Thought I was done for there." But our victory was short-lived. From above, we could hear the sounds of more creatures entering the church. The scrape of claws on stone and inhuman growls echoed down the stairwell, growing louder with each passing second. "We need to get out of here," Bernard growled, hefting the sword. "This isn't the place to make our stand." I nodded, my mouth too dry to speak. We made our way to the stairs, Bernard taking the lead with the mystical sword at the ready. As we ascended, the sounds of the creatures grew louder, more frenzied. It was clear they knew we were there, and they were coming for us. We burst out of the trapdoor into the main body of the church, only to find ourselves surrounded. At least half a dozen of the monstrous beings had us cornered, their forms shifting and writhing in the dim light filtering through the stained glass windows. What followed was a nightmare of violence and terror. Bernard was a whirlwind of motion, the mystical sword leaving trails of silver light as it cut through the air. I did what I could with the handgun, my shots more often serving as a distraction than doing any real damage. But for every creature we took down, it seemed two more took its place. We were being overwhelmed, and both Bernard and I were tiring rapidly. Just as it seemed all hope was lost, a thunderous boom shook the church to its foundations. Through the shattered remains of the church's main doors strode Deputy Collins, leading a group of townsfolk armed with an assortment of weapons. The cavalry had arrived, and not a moment too soon. "Get down," Collins bellowed, and I hit the floor just as a barrage of gunfire erupted around us. The creatures, caught between Bernard's mystical sword and the onslaught of bullets, began to fall. Those that could fled, their inhuman shrieks of rage and pain fading into the distance. As the dust settled, I struggled to my feet, my ears ringing from the gunfire. Bernard stood in the center of the church, the sword glowing faintly in his grip, surrounded by the dissipating remains of the creatures we had fought. "It's not over," he said grimly, his eyes meeting mine. "This was just the first wave. We need to end this once and for all." Over the next few hours, as the sun began to set, we fortified the church as best we could. The townsfolk, now fully aware of the threat they faced, worked tirelessly under Bernard and Deputy Collins' direction. Windows were boarded up, makeshift barricades were erected, and everyone who could hold a weapon was armed. I found myself in the thick of it all, moving from group to group, helping where I could and trying to boost morale. The terror of the day's events had left its mark on everyone, but there was a grim determination in the eyes of the townspeople. They had lived under the shadow of this threat for generations, and now that it was out in the open, they were ready to fight. As night fell, an unnatural silence descended over Whispering Pines. The forest seemed to press in around us, the darkness between the trees alive with malevolent intent. We gathered in the church, a small army of frightened but resolute individuals waiting for the attack we knew was coming. Bernard stood at the front of the church, the mystical sword gleaming in the flickering candlelight. He had spent the last hour explaining to everyone what we were up against, sharing the secret history of Whispering Pines that had been hidden for so long. "These creatures," he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the room, "they're not just animals. They're not just monsters. They're a corruption of nature itself, a cancer that's been growing in these woods for centuries. But tonight, we have a chance to end it." He held up the sword, its blade seeming to drink in the light around it. "This weapon was forged to fight these abominations. It can hurt them, kill them in a way nothing else can. But it needs to strike at the heart of their power." A murmur ran through the crowd. Deputy Collins stepped forward, his face etched with concern. "What do you mean, Bernard? Where is this heart?" Bernard's eyes met mine, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I knew what he was going to say before the words left his mouth. "The clearing," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "Where I found the..." Bernard nodded grimly. "It's their nexus, the source of their power in this world. If we can get there, if we can use the sword at the center of that clearing, we can end this nightmare once and for all." A heavy silence fell over the church as the implications of Bernard's words sank in. What he was proposing was nothing short of a suicide mission, a push into the heart of enemy territory. To my own surprise, I found myself stepping forward. "I'll go," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "I found it once, I can find it again." Bernard's weathered face broke into a grim smile. "I was hoping you'd say that, kid, but you're not going alone. I'm coming with you." Others began to volunteer. Deputy Collins, Tom from the lodge, and a handful of the braver townsfolk. As we began to plan our assault, the first howls of the night split the air outside. The battle for Whispering Pines had begun. What followed was a night of terror and heroism that I will never forget. The creatures came in waves, throwing themselves against our defenses with mindless ferocity. The air was filled with the crack of gunfire, the screams of the wounded, and the inhuman shrieks of our attackers. Through it all, Our small strike team fought our way out of the church and into the woods. Bernard led the way, the mystical sword cutting a path through any creature that dared to come close. I was right behind him, my borrowed gun long since emptied, now armed with a makeshift spear. The forest seemed to come alive around us, branches reaching out to snag our clothes, roots rising to trip our feet. More than once we lost members of our team to the shadows, their screams quickly cut short. By the time we reached the clearing, our group had been whittled down to just 4, Bernard, Deputy Collins, Tom, and myself. The sight that greeted us there will haunt me for the rest of my days. The clearing was transformed. Where before there had been only forest floor and scattered leaves, now there was a pulsing organic mass that covered every inch of ground. It writhed and pulsated, and at its center, a pillar of darkness rose into the sky, seeming to drink in all light around it. Surrounding this abomination were dozens of the creatures, all turned towards us as we burst into the clearing. For a moment everything was still, as if the very air was holding its breath. Then Bernard let out a battle cry that seemed to shake the trees themselves, and charged towards the central pillar, the sword held high. The clearing exploded into chaos. The creatures swarmed towards us, their forms shifting and changing as they attacked. Deputy Collins and Tom fought back to back, their weapons a blur as they held off the horde. I found myself face to face with one of the larger creatures, its body a nightmarish blend of bear and something decidedly not of this world. As its claws raked across my chest, sending waves of burning pain through my body, I drove my spear deep into its shifting mass. The creature let out a shriek that seemed to pierce my very soul before dissolving into mist. Through the melee, I caught glimpses of Bernard fighting his way towards the central pillar. The sword in his hands blazed with an inner light, each swing leaving trails of fire in the air. But the creatures were endless, and I could see that the old hunter's strength was fading. In that moment, I knew what I had to do. Ignoring the pain of my wounds, I fought my way towards Bernard. "The sword!" I shouted over the din of battle. "Bernard, give me the sword!" His eyes met mine, and I saw understanding flash across his face. With a final burst of strength, he cut down the creatures between us and tossed the sword through the air. I caught it by the hilt, feeling a surge of power course through my body. The sword seemed to come alive in my hands, its weight perfect, its balance flawless. With a cry that came from some primal part of my being, I charged towards the pillar of darkness. The world seemed to slow down around me. I was aware of everything, the creatures lunging at me, the cries of my companions, the pulse of the corrupt earth beneath my feet, but none of it mattered. All that existed was the sword in my hands and the pillar of darkness before me. With a final leap, I plunged the sword into the heart of the darkness. There was a moment of absolute silence, as if the entire world had taken a collective breath. Then reality itself seemed to tear apart. A shockwave of pure force exploded outward from the sword, sending me flying backwards. The creatures around us let out a collective shriek of agony before dissolving into mist. The pulsing mass on the ground withered and died, crumbling to ash. As I struggled to my feet, I saw the pillar of darkness collapse in on itself, imploding with a sound like the death cry of a dying god. Then silence fell over the clearing. It was over. We had won. The days that followed were a blur of recovery and reconstruction. The toll on Whispering Pines had been severe. Many lives had been lost, and much of the town lay in ruins. But as we worked to rebuild, there was a sense of hope that I hadn't felt before. The shadow that had hung over this place for generations was finally lifted. Bernard, despite his wounds, threw himself into the reconstruction efforts. "This town's got a chance to start over," he told me one evening as we sat on the porch of his cabin, looking out over the forest. "To be what it always should have been, without that darkness hanging over it." As for me, I found that I couldn't bring myself to leave. The quiet Oregon town I had come to for a relaxing getaway had changed me in ways I was only beginning to understand. The mystical sword, its purpose fulfilled, had crumbled to dust after that final battle. But I could still feel its power within me, a reminder of the thin line between our world and the realms of darkness that lie just out of sight. Whispering Pines would rebuild. It would heal. And I would be there to see it happen, to help in whatever way I could. The forest that had once held such terror now felt like home. And I knew that whatever darkness might still lurk in the shadows of this world, there would always be those willing to stand against it. As I sit here now, Writing down this account of the incredible events that transpired in that small Oregon town, I can't help but look out my window at the pine trees swaying in the breeze. They whisper their secrets to the wind, but now, those whispers no longer fill me with dread. Instead, they remind me of the strength we found within ourselves when faced with unimaginable horror, and the light that can be kindled even in the darkest of places. The shadows may never truly be gone from whispering pines, but neither will those who stand ready to face them. And in that knowledge I find a peace I never thought possible in the wake of such terror. I pulled onto that back road with just enough moonlight to silhouette the thick tree line against the sky. The night air drifted in through my window, left open from when I'd been smoking earlier. And I remember glancing in the rear view for no real reason, a sense tugging at my gut that maybe I wasn't as alone as I thought. The road stretched out in front of me, empty, silent, and unsettlingly dark. No streetlights, no farmhouses lit up in the distance. Just a narrow route cracking beneath my tires. I tried to shake off my nerves by fiddling with the radio, but every station offered nothing but static. My hands clenched the wheel tighter than usual. It felt like the trees were watching me, as if waiting to see if I'd keep going or turn around. Still, I pressed forward, telling myself everything was fine. When I spotted a lone stop sign at a ragged four-way intersection, I exhaled in relief. It was a small hint of civilization. I slowed down, not quite stopping, thinking, all right, just make a left and you'll be halfway to your friend's place. That was when the tree line erupted with motion. Some creature burst into view, barreling straight toward my door. I nearly slammed the brake before instinct made me gun the gas instead. My headlights caught a flash of something with elongated limbs and teeth that glistened in a way teeth shouldn't. The sheer ferocity in its eyes, or whatever they were, made my stomach twist. It was so close I could sense its aggression, like it had been waiting for me to roll by with that open window. I pressed the accelerator until the engine roared, my heart thudding in my ears. The beast kept pace for a few unnerving seconds, snarling in an almost human rage. My window was wide open, an invitation if I screwed up for even a second. The tires squealed in protest, and I wrestled with the steering wheel to keep from flying off the road. Gravel pinged against the undercarriage. The creature lunged again, missing the window by inches. A guttural noise rang out behind me, and I couldn't tell if it was an animal's growl or something else. Then it fell back, swallowed by the dark. My pulse continued to pound as I tore away from that intersection, desperate to outrun whatever had just tried to reach me. Only once the road curved and the creature vanished from the mirrors did I allow myself a shaky breath. My mind raced with impossible questions. Had I run into a rabid animal? Or did something with genuine malevolence just choose me as its target tonight? Staring into the night, I kept my foot on the gas, determined to leave that lonely crossroads and the thing that lurked there, far behind. The trees seemed to close in on both sides of the road, branches reaching toward my car like grasping fingers. Every shadow held potential danger, and I found myself jerking the wheel at any hint of movement. The radio's static had shifted to a low, rhythmic hum that seemed to match the pounding of my heart. I reached to turn it off completely, not wanting anything to mask the sounds outside the car. As I navigated the winding road, I noticed something strange in my peripheral vision. The moonlight that had previously illuminated my path seemed to dim, as if clouds had suddenly gathered overhead. But when I glanced up, the sky remained clear, stars twinkling innocently against the blackness. The darkness surrounding me felt unnatural, almost tangible, like it was pressing against the windows of my car. I checked my phone. No service, of course. These back roads were notorious for dead zones. I was completely alone out here with whatever had just tried to attack me. The only sounds were my ragged breathing and the engine's steady hum. I pushed the car faster, praying that I would soon see the familiar landmarks that would lead me to my friend's house. I pulled into my friend's driveway, still gripping the steering wheel like it was the only solid thing in the world. Every muscle in my arms felt tight and my pulse throbbed in my temple. The moment I killed the engine, I noticed how shallow my breathing had become. My fingers shook with leftover adrenaline as I fumbled with the door handle. I could almost sense that thing from the road hovering right behind me, ready to lunge again if I let my guard down. Inside, the house was warm and filled with laughter, so painfully normal that my brain needed a second to adjust. The conversation dropped the instant I walked in. I must have looked a complete mess. Wide eyes, hair plastered to my forehead. I tried to find my voice, but it came out raw and broken. Once the shock wore off enough for words, I rattled off a rambling account of something huge with teeth. Something that seemed more like a nightmare than any animal I'd come across before. Their faces reflected confusion. A couple friends asked if I was messing with them or if I'd had too much to smoke. Their dismissive reactions hit like a punch to the gut. I kept insisting it was real, too real, but it felt impossible to convey the intensity. My mind kept replaying how close that thing had gotten, how it showed this unnatural hostility. The more I tried to talk about it, the more I realized nobody could truly understand without having been there. I forced myself to sit down, but my nerves were thrumming too fiercely to stay still. Even when I tried to breathe and calm down, my gaze flicked toward the windows, half expecting those eyes to appear behind the glass. The walls felt stifling, and I couldn't decide if I wanted to be hidden away in my room or surrounded by people. Either way, I couldn't banish the image of snapping jaws and the grating, guttural sound still echoing in my head. "Hey, you need some water or something?" asked Michael, my oldest friend, looking genuinely concerned despite his skepticism. I nodded mechanically, grateful for the distraction. "Maybe it was just a coyote," offered Samantha, sprawled on the couch with her feet propped up on the coffee table. "They've been getting pretty bold lately, coming closer to residential areas." I shook my head. This wasn't a coyote. It was too big, too wrong. The word hung in the air, inadequate, but somehow the most accurate description I could muster. "Wrong how?" pressed Michael, handing me a glass of water. "Its proportions were off, and the way it moved." I trailed off, taking a long drink. The cold water helped ground me, but my hand still trembled slightly. It was like it knew exactly what it was doing, like it was hunting me specifically. Samantha and Michael exchanged glances, the kind that communicated volumes without words. They thought I was exaggerating, maybe even making it up entirely. I couldn't blame them. It sounded absurd even to my own ears. "Look, whatever it was, you're safe now," Michael said, clapping a hand on my shoulder. "Just crash here tonight, and tomorrow we'll check out your car, make sure everything's okay." I nodded again, though I knew checking the car wouldn't solve anything. The thing that had lunged at me wasn't something that could be explained away by mechanical issues or exhaustion. It had been real, visceral, and terrifyingly intent. As the night wore on, my friends tried to distract me with drinks, games, and conversation about anything other than my encounter on the back road. I went through the motions, laughing when appropriate, responding when addressed, but my mind remained fixated on what had happened. Every unexpected noise made me flinch, and I found myself positioned with my back to the wall, eyes constantly darting to the windows and doors. Night dragged on, and everyone else drifted off to bed. Sleep was the last thing on my mind. There was a heavy weight in my chest, like dread that just wouldn't dissipate. I flipped through my phone, searching for anything. Urban legends, weird sightings, local warnings. My heart hammered as I stumbled onto stories about shapeshifters and cryptic creatures said to stalk lonely roads. Some details were scarily similar. Eerie canine forms, the sense of an intelligence behind the brutality. It made me question if I'd pushed my luck on a path I had no business traveling alone. The later it got, the more my thoughts spun in circles. I wondered if it had tracked me, if it knew exactly where I ended up. Logic told me that was absurd, but a gnawing suspicion kept me glancing at every window. Eventually, exhaustion forced me to shut my eyes, though sleep brought no comfort. I dreamed of glinting teeth and felt, in the pit of my stomach, that the next time might not end so cleanly. By morning, I was a jittery wreck, fueled by the same obsessive questions. Had I really escaped something no one else believed existed? Should I let it go or try to learn more? Fear and curiosity clashed in my thoughts, and I dreaded the idea that I might need to see that place again just to prove it wasn't my imagination. Even so, the mere notion of returning to that cursed intersection twisted my insides with anxious anticipation. Something told me my story, and the creature's wasn't finished. The morning light streaming through the blinds should have brought comfort, but instead, it only illuminated my exhausted face in the bathroom mirror. Dark circles underlined my bloodshot eyes, and a day's worth of stubble roughened my jaw. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to wash away the lingering dread that clung to me like a film. In the kitchen, Michael was already up, brewing coffee and scrolling through his phone. He glanced up when I entered, his expression shifting from casual to concerned. "Man, you look like hell," he remarked, sliding a mug of coffee toward me. "Rough night?" I grunted in response, grateful for the caffeine. "Didn't sleep much." "Still thinking about that thing you saw?" I nodded, not wanting to elaborate. The dismissal from last night still stung, and I had no desire to be ridiculed again. "Look," Michael began, setting his phone down. "I've been doing some reading. There have been reports of unusual animal activity in that area. Nothing like what you described, but strange nonetheless." My attention snapped fully to him. "What kind of reports?" "Livestock getting attacked but not eaten. Hunters finding game that's been killed but left untouched. It's weird." A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "Why didn't you say anything last night?" Michael shrugged. "I thought you were just stressed or saw a normal animal and your mind filled in the blanks. But after seeing how shaken up you still are..." He trailed off, then added, "There's something else. The locals avoid that section of road at night. Have for years, apparently." "Why?" I asked, though I already knew the answer wouldn't comfort me. "They say it's not safe. Most write it off as superstition, but some are dead serious about it." I stared into my coffee, watching the dark liquid swirl. "I need to go back there." "What? Why would you?" "Because I need to know if what I saw was real," I interrupted. "If I don't, I'll never be able to move past this." Michael looked at me like I'd lost my mind. Maybe I had. "At least don't go alone," he said finally. "I'll come with you." Relief washed over me. Having someone else there would make it more bearable. But as grateful as I was for his offer, a part of me wondered if I was leading my friend into danger. The creature had seemed so focused, so deliberate in its attack. What if it was waiting for me to return? After breakfast, I sat at Michael's computer, diving into research while he made phone calls. The local newspaper archives yielded scattered reports that sent crawling sensations up my spine. 5 years ago, a driver reported their car being attacked by what they described as a large, unidentifiable animal on the same stretch of road. The incident was dismissed as a bear encounter, despite the driver's insistence that it moved unlike any bear they'd ever seen. 3 years before that, a teenage couple claimed something had followed their car for several miles, occasionally rushing the vehicle before disappearing into the woods. They described it as walking on 2 legs, then 4, then 2 again. The report was buried in the local section, treated as nothing more than teenage hysteria. "Hey, check this out," Michael called from across the room. He was talking to someone on his phone while scrolling through a local message board. "This guy Joe I know from work says his grandfather used to be the sheriff here. According to him, there's been strange stuff happening around that intersection for decades." I moved over to look at his screen. The message board was filled with second-hand accounts, blurry photos that could be anything, and the usual mix of skepticism and belief. He says his grandfather investigated multiple reports but could never find concrete evidence. Eventually, they just put up warning signs about wildlife in the area and left it at that. "Are the signs still there?" I asked, not recalling seeing any on my drive. "Apparently, they kept disappearing. They stopped replacing them about 15 years ago." A chill crept up my neck. "Does he have any theories about what it could be?" Michael hesitated. "He says his grandfather believed it was a person." "A person?" I echoed, incredulous. "What I saw wasn't human." "Not a normal person," Michael clarified, lowering his voice as if someone might overhear. "His grandfather thought someone was living out there in the woods, someone who'd gone feral. He found evidence of a makeshift shelter once. But when they returned with a full search party, it was gone. No traces left. The idea of a human being capable of moving the way that creature had seemed impossible. And yet, wasn't that more plausible than some unknown animal species lurking undetected all these years? There's something else, Michael continued, scrolling further down the thread. About 30 years ago, a psychiatric facility about 20 miles from here had a patient escape. Dangerous guy, violent tendencies. They never found him. You think he could have survived in the woods all this time? I asked skeptically. People have done it before. And if he was already unstable? Michael shrugged. Just a theory. I turned back to the computer, opening a map of the area. The intersection where I'd encountered the creature was at the center of a large tract of undeveloped woodland, miles from the nearest town. Perfect isolation for someone, or something, that wanted to remain hidden. What about trail cameras? I suggested. Hunters use them all the time. There must be footage from those woods. Michael nodded and started searching. What we found was puzzling. The area was popular with hunters, but there was a noticeable absence of trail camera footage from the vicinity of that intersection. It was as if people instinctively avoided placing cameras there, or perhaps the cameras that were placed mysteriously malfunctioned or disappeared. As the day progressed, our research painted an increasingly disturbing picture. The intersection and the surrounding woods had a long history of unexplained incidents, dating back to when the road was first cut through the forest. Construction workers reported tools going missing, equipment breaking down without cause, and an overwhelming sense of being watched. I saved every relevant article, photo, and forum post we could find, compiling them into a folder. If we were going back there, we needed to be prepared with as much information as possible. But with each new piece of evidence, my determination to return wavered. Whatever was out there had been hunting those woods for decades, possibly longer. And now it knew my face, my car, my scent. We're not going unprepared, Michael insisted, as afternoon faded into evening. Samantha had joined our research efforts after waking up, initially skeptical but gradually becoming invested as we showed her what we'd found. I know a guy who works at the sporting goods store, she said, pulling out her phone. He might be able to help us out with some gear. Within an hour, we had a small arsenal spread across Michael's living room floor. High-powered flashlights, a handheld spotlight that could illuminate objects hundreds of yards away, bear spray, a hunting knife, and a baseball bat. It looked like we were preparing for war rather than an investigation. Don't you think this is overkill? I asked, eyeing the weapons uneasily. After what you described? No, I don't, Michael replied firmly. Better to have it and not need it. Samantha was checking the batteries in the flashlights. So what's the actual plan here? We just drive to the intersection and wait? It was a good question. I hadn't thought that far ahead, driven more by the need to confirm what I'd seen than by any coherent strategy. We should set up cameras, I suggested. Film the whole thing from multiple angles. If something happens, we'll have proof. And if nothing happens, Samantha asked, then I can finally convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. Even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. What I'd seen had been too vivid, too intense to be a figment of my imagination. We should go in 2 cars, Michael added. That way, if something happens to one vehicle, we have a backup. The planning continued as darkness fell outside. We decided to head out around midnight, late enough for the woods to be at their most quiet, but not so late that exhaustion would impair our judgment. We mapped out our route, identified potential escape paths if things went south, and even established a simple code to alert each other if something was wrong without alarming whatever might be listening. As the hour approached, a tense silence fell over us. The bravado and excitement of planning gave way to the sobering reality of what we were about to do. We were deliberately seeking out something that had already shown violent intent. Was this courage or foolishness? We should tell someone where we're going, Samantha said suddenly, just in case. Michael nodded and sent a message to his roommate, who was staying with his girlfriend for the weekend. He kept it vague, just that we were checking out some local urban legend and would be back by morning. I doubted anyone would take it seriously if we didn't return, but it was better than nothing. I went to my car to retrieve something from the glove compartment, a small voice recorder I sometimes used for work. If we couldn't trust cameras to capture what we might encounter, perhaps audio would be more reliable. As I leaned into the vehicle, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. 3 long scratches running down the driver's side door, barely visible in the dim light of the driveway. I ran my fingers over them. They weren't deep enough to have compromised the metal, but they were unmistakably fresh, and they hadn't been there when I arrived last night. Something had found my car. Something had marked it. I looked around the quiet neighborhood, suddenly feeling exposed, despite the ordinary suburban setting. Should I tell the others? They were already on edge, and this might be enough to call off the expedition entirely. But if something had tracked me here, weren't we safer confronting it on our terms rather than waiting for it to make the first move? I took a deep breath and returned to the house, the voice recorder clutched tightly in my hand. I decided to keep the scratches to myself, at least for now. We had come too far to turn back. "Ready?" Michael asked as I walked in. I nodded, the weight of the discovery heavy on my shoulders. "Let's do this." The drive back to that cursed intersection felt like descending into another reality. We took 2 cars, Michael and I in his Jeep, Samantha following in her sedan. The night was oddly still, the air heavy with moisture that promised rain but never delivered. Our headlights carved tunnels through the darkness, illuminating the road ahead while deepening the shadows on either side. "Take the next right," I instructed, consulting the map on my phone. My voice sounded strained even to my own ears. Michael turned onto the back road I had traveled the night before. Unlike my solo journey, we crawled along at a cautious pace, both of us scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The CB radio we had borrowed crackled with Samantha's voice from the car behind us. "Everything looks normal so far. Are we getting close?" Michael picked up the handset. "About 2 miles to go, according to the map." I gripped the dashboard as we rounded a bend, my entire body tensing at the memory of what had happened here. The woods seemed even darker tonight, the trees more densely packed together. Was it my imagination? Or were there fewer stars visible through the canopy than there should have been? "The stop sign should be just ahead," I said, my mouth dry. Michael slowed the Jeep further, the headlights now barely cutting 20 feet into the darkness. "I don't see anything yet." I leaned forward, straining my eyes. The intersection had been clearly visible last night, the stop sign reflecting my headlights from a distance. But now, there was nothing but more road stretching into blackness. "This doesn't make sense," I muttered. "We should have reached it by now." Michael checked his GPS. "According to this, we're right on top of it." The CB crackled again. "Guys, why are we stopping?" Michael responded, "We're trying to find the intersection. It should be right here." "I'm looking at it right now," Samantha replied, confusion evident in her voice. "It's about 50 yards behind you." We both turned to look through the rear window. Samantha's headlights illuminated a section of road that we had just passed, and there, plain as day, stood a stop sign at a 4-way intersection. "That's impossible," I whispered. "We didn't pass any intersection." Michael reversed the Jeep slowly until we were alongside Samantha's car. She rolled down her window, her expression puzzled. "What's going on? You guys drove right through it without stopping." "We didn't see it," Michael explained, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "It wasn't there." Samantha looked from him to me, then back to the clearly visible intersection. "Are you serious? It's right there." The implication sent a wave of nausea through me. Either we had both experienced the same hallucination, unlikely, or the intersection itself was somehow mutable, present for some observers, but not for others. The thought was so unsettling that I almost suggested we leave immediately, but we had come for answers, and I wasn't leaving without them. "Let's park at the intersection and set up the cameras," I said, forcing conviction into my voice. We positioned our vehicles at adjacent corners of the crossroads, creating a perimeter of light with our headlights. Samantha and I set up tripods with cameras while Michael established a base station in the Jeep, connecting a laptop to monitor all feeds simultaneously. The night air felt electric against my skin as I secured the last camera. Every sound from the surrounding woods, the The rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, sent prickles of awareness up my spine. I kept expecting to see those gleaming eyes emerge from the darkness at any moment. "Everything's online," Michael called from the Jeep. "We've got full coverage of all 4 approaches to the intersection." I rejoined him, checking the laptop screen. 4 separate feeds showed the empty roads extending from the crossroads. Samantha climbed into the back seat, her face pale in the blue glow of the computer. "Now what?" she asked. "Now we wait," I replied, settling into the passenger seat with the spotlight resting across my lap. Minutes stretched into an hour with no sign of anything unusual. The only movement on the camera feeds was the occasional moth fluttering past a lens. Conversation dwindled to whispers, then to silence. Even the forest seemed to be holding its breath. "Maybe it was a one-time thing," Samantha suggested eventually, her voice startling in the quiet. I shook my head. The research showed a pattern. Whatever's out there, it's been here for years. But why hasn't it shown itself tonight? Michael wondered. We're sitting ducks out here. A disturbing thought occurred to me. What if it's watching us right now, learning, adapting? Michael gave me a sideways glance. That implies a level of intelligence beyond what an animal should have. Exactly, I said softly. The laptop screen flickered, drawing our attention. One of the camera feeds, the one pointing down the eastern approach to the intersection, showed brief static before stabilizing. Did you see that? I asked, leaning closer to the screen. Probably just interference, Michael reasoned, but he sounded unsure. The feed flickered again, longer this time. When it cleared, something had changed. The road that had been empty moments before now contained a dark shape about 50 yards from the intersection. It was indistinct, low to the ground, and completely motionless. There, I hissed, pointing at the screen. What is that? Michael zoomed in on the feed, but the image became pixelated, the shape blurring into the darkness around it. Samantha, that's your camera, right? I asked, turning to the back seat. She nodded, eyes wide. Should we shine the spotlight in that direction? Not yet, Michael cautioned. If it doesn't know we've spotted it, we might be able to observe its behavior. We watched in tense silence as the shape remained still for several minutes. Then, so gradually that I thought I was imagining it at first, it began to move. Not forward toward the intersection, but sideways, into the trees bordering the road. Yet it never disappeared from view, as if the camera was tracking its movement automatically. That's not possible, Samantha whispered. The camera is fixed on a tripod. It can't be following anything. The shape continued its lateral movement until it had crossed completely out of what should have been the camera's field of view. Yet we could still see it, now positioned among the trees, watching the road. It's manipulating what we're seeing, I realized with growing horror. It's showing us what it wants us to see. As if in response to my words, the shape suddenly grew larger on the screen, not moving closer, but simply expanding in size. It no longer resembled anything recognizable, just a dark mass that seemed to absorb the light around it. And then, without warning, the feed cut to black. We need to get that camera back, Michael said, reaching for the door handle. I grabbed his arm. Are you insane? That thing is out there. Exactly why we need visual confirmation. The camera might have captured something before it went offline. Before I could argue further, a sharp crack echoed through the night, the unmistakable sound of breaking plastic and metal. It's destroying the evidence, Samantha realized. That decided it. I snatched up the spotlight and threw open the passenger door. Stay in the Jeep, I ordered Michael. Keep the engine running. Samantha, watch the other feeds and tell us if you see anything. Michael started to protest, but I was already moving toward the eastern road, spotlight beam cutting a path through the darkness. My heart hammered against my ribs, but determination drove me forward. I needed to see it, needed to confirm that the creature that had haunted my thoughts was real. The spotlight illuminated the empty road ahead, the beam extending far beyond where the camera had been set up. I slowed my pace, scanning methodically from side to side. The trees loomed on either side, their shadows dancing as my light passed over them. There, a glint of metal in the underbrush about 40 yards ahead. I approached cautiously, the beam fixed on the spot. As I drew closer, I could make out the shattered remains of the camera, the tripod bent at an unnatural angle as if it had been struck with tremendous force. I crouched to examine it, keeping the spotlight trained on the surrounding area. The camera was beyond repair, its lens cracked and internal components exposed, but the memory card might still be intact. I pried open the damaged casing with trembling fingers. A twig snapped somewhere to my left. I froze, slowly turning the spotlight in that direction. The beam caught nothing but trees and undergrowth. Another snap, this time to my right. I swung the light around, pulse racing. "Michael," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "I think I'm surrounded." No response came from the direction of the intersection. I stood, backing away from the broken camera, the memory card clutched in my fist. The night had gone eerily silent. No insects chirping, no leaves rustling, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. I began retreating toward the Jeep, moving backward to keep my eyes on the tree line. The spotlight beam shook with the trembling of my hands, creating shifting shadows that seemed to dance and move of their own accord. 20 yards from the intersection, I heard it. A low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It resonated in my chest, primal and threatening. I quickened my pace, nearly tripping over an exposed root. "Michael!" I shouted, no longer caring about alerting the creature. It knew exactly where I was. The intersection came into view, the Jeep's headlights a beacon of safety. But something was wrong. The vehicle's doors stood open and there was no sign of Michael or Samantha. "Michael!" I called again, panic rising in my throat. "Samantha!" Only the growl answered me, closer now, circling. I spun in place, the spotlight beam cutting wild arcs through the darkness. And then I saw it. A pair of eyes reflecting the light, hovering at the edge of the tree line. Not animal eyes with their simple reflective quality, but something more complex, more aware. They blinked once, slowly, deliberately. I backed toward the Jeep, never taking the spotlight off those eyes. They remained fixed on me, unmoving, as if gauging my next move. When my back hit the vehicle's hood, I fumbled behind me with one hand, searching for the door handle. The laptop still sat on the dashboard, the remaining camera feeds active. A quick glance showed 3 empty roads, and one feed that displayed Michael and Samantha standing at the north end of the intersection, looking confused and calling out. They appeared to be searching for something, searching for me. But that was impossible. I was at the intersection and they were nowhere in sight. Unless... The realization hit me like a physical blow. The creature wasn't just manipulating what we saw on camera, it was manipulating what we saw, period. Somehow it had separated us while making us believe we were still together. A scraping sound drew my attention back to the tree line. The eyes had vanished. In their place stood a figure that made my breath catch in my throat. It was roughly humanoid, but wrong in ways that defied description. Proportions slightly off, movements too fluid and yet too jerky at the same time. It stood partially concealed by the shadows, but I could make out elongated limbs and what appeared to be matted fur or hair covering its body. It tilted its head, studying me with an intelligence that was unmistakable. Then it opened its mouth, revealing teeth that gleamed wetly in the spotlight's beam. And it spoke. "Why did you come back?" The voice was rough, disused, but undeniably human. Male, middle-aged, with an accent I couldn't place. The disconnect between the creature's appearance and the normalcy of its speech was perhaps the most terrifying aspect of all. I couldn't answer, my voice trapped somewhere between my lungs and lips. The creature took a step forward, emerging further from the shadows. I could see now that what I had taken for fur was actually tattered clothing, layered and filthy from years of wear. The elongated limbs were the result of some kind of crude extensions, sticks, or bones lashed to arms and legs with strips of leather, creating a disturbing silhouette. "You shouldn't have come back," it continued, taking another step. "No one comes back." My paralysis broke. "Where are my friends?" I demanded, the spotlight beam steady now despite my fear. The creature tilted its head again, a gesture almost bird-like in its abruptness. "Friends?" it repeated, as if testing the word. "No friends here, just you and me." "I saw them on the camera," I insisted. "What did you do to them?" A sound emerged from the creature that might have been a laugh, a dry, rasping chuckle that raised the hair on my neck. "Cameras lie. Eyes lie. Everything lies in these woods." It was close enough now that I could smell it. An odor of unwashed body, wet earth, and something metallic that might have been blood. I backed around the jeep, putting the vehicle between us. "What are you?" I asked, the question escaping before I could consider whether I wanted to know the answer. The creature paused, seeming to consider the question. "I was like you once, a long time ago." It gestured vaguely at the surrounding forest. "Then I found this place, or it found me." "The psychiatric facility," I whispered, recalling Michael's research. "You escaped." Another of those terrible laughs. "Is that what they told you? That I was the crazy one?" It shook its head, the movement unnaturally fluid. "I was a doctor there. I came to study the reports about this intersection, the patients who spoke of something waiting in the woods." My mind reeled at the revelation. This thing had once been a psychiatrist, a rational, educated person who had somehow devolved into this. "What happened to you?" I asked, unable to keep the horror from my voice. "I learned the truth," it replied simply, "about the thin places in the world, where reality bends." It made a twisting motion with its hands. "I've been studying it ever since, learning its rules, becoming part of it." "And the attacks?" I pressed. "The people you've hurt?" The creature's expression shifted, something like shame flickering across its distorted features. "The hunger comes. Not always. But when it does." It trailed off, then fixed me with those unsettlingly intelligent eyes. "You should leave now, while I'm still myself." As if to emphasize its point, a tremor ran through its body, and for a moment its form seemed to blur at the edges, becoming less solid, less defined. I seized the opportunity, lunging for the driver's door of the Jeep. The keys were still in the ignition, the engine idling quietly. "They won't find their way out without you," the creature called as I slammed the door shut. "Your friends, they're lost in the fold." I hesitated, hand on the gear shift. "What does that mean? Where are they?" The creature approached the Jeep, placing one distorted hand on the hood. "I can show you. But once you see, you can never unsee, never leave." It smiled, revealing those two sharp teeth again. "Like me." In that moment, I made my decision. I threw the Jeep into reverse, backing away from the creature in the intersection. Its expression didn't change as I retreated. If anything, it looked resigned, almost relieved. "I'll find help," I called through the window. "I'm coming back for them." The creature stood motionless in the receding headlights. Just before it disappeared from view, I thought I saw it shake its head slowly, a gesture of futility, or perhaps pity. I drove in a daze, mind racing to process what had happened. The creature's words echoed in my thoughts. Thin places. Reality bends. Lost in the fold. It sounded like the ravings of a madman. And yet, I had seen impossible things tonight. The intersection that appeared and disappeared. The camera that showed what shouldn't have been visible. My friends, present on the feed, but absent in reality. As I reached the main road, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. The dark shape of the creature stood in the middle of the road behind me, watching. Then it turned and walked back toward the intersection, its movements becoming increasingly inhuman with each step, until it seemed to fold in on itself and vanish into the night. I drove straight to the sheriff's office, bursting through the doors with a wild look that must have alarmed the deputy on night duty. I babbled about my missing friends, the creature at the intersection, the impossible things I had witnessed. The deputy looked skeptical, but took my statement, promising to send officers to investigate. They found nothing, of course. No sign of Michael or Samantha, no cameras at the intersection, not even tire tracks to suggest our vehicles had been there. The deputy who had taken my statement pulled me aside after they returned empty-handed. "Look," he said quietly, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. This isn't the first time we've had reports about that intersection. But officially, we don't talk about it. I stared at him, hope flaring that someone might finally believe me. What do you know about it? Not much, he admitted. Just that people go missing there sometimes. Not often enough to establish a pattern, but... He hesitated. My grandfather was sheriff here back in the 80s. He had a file on that place that he kept separate from the official records. Said some things you just don't put in reports if you want to keep your job. I need to see that file, I insisted. The deputy shook his head. It's gone. Disappeared after he died, but he told me stories. He leaned closer. He said that intersection isn't always there, that it moves, and that whatever lives there has been taking people for generations. A chill ran through me. Did he ever mention someone from the psychiatric facility? A doctor who went missing? The deputy's eyes widened slightly. How did you know about that? Before I could answer, the sheriff himself emerged from his office, ending our conversation with a pointed look at the deputy. I was asked to return the next day to provide additional details for the missing persons report. As I left, the deputy slipped me a piece of paper with an address scrawled on it. My grandfather's old hunting cabin, he whispered. He kept copies of everything important there. If that file still exists, that's where it would be. I spent the night in a motel, unable to return to Michael's house with its empty rooms and painful reminders. Sleep eluded me entirely, my mind replaying the encounter with the creature over and over. By morning, I had convinced myself that the only way to save my friends was to understand what we were dealing with. The deputy's grandfather's cabin was deep in the woods, but thankfully nowhere near the infamous intersection. It was a small, weathered structure that looked like it hadn't been visited in years. The door was secured with a padlock, but the key was hidden exactly where the deputy had said it would be, under a false rock beside the front step. Inside, the cabin was dusty but surprisingly organized. Filing cabinets lined one wall, each drawer meticulously labeled. It took me nearly an hour to find what I was looking for, a thick folder labeled simply Crossroads. The contents were a treasure trove of information that both validated my experience and deepened the mystery. Reports dating back to the early 1900s described encounters similar to mine. A creature that could manipulate perception, an intersection that wasn't always where it should be, people who disappeared without a trace. But the most valuable document was a journal belonging to Dr. Andrew Walsh, the psychiatrist who had vanished from the nearby facility over 30 years ago. The entries chronicled his investigation into the intersection, his growing obsession with what he called a tear in the fabric of reality. The final pages were disturbing, documenting Walsh's deteriorating mental state as he spent more and more time at the intersection. He wrote of hearing voices, of seeing the world fold and unfold like origami, of feeling his own identity becoming fluid, malleable. The last entry, dated just before his disappearance, contained a crude map and the cryptic message. I understand now. It's not a place, but a process, and I am becoming part of it. The map showed the intersection, but with additional lines radiating outward that didn't correspond to any physical roads. Notes in the margins referred to parallel paths and points of convergence. At the center of the intersection, Walsh had drawn a spiral with a single word beside it, Gateway. I spent hours studying the documents, piecing together a theory that seemed simultaneously absurd and the only possible explanation for what I had witnessed. The intersection existed at a point where reality was thin, where multiple versions or dimensions overlapped. The creature, once Dr. Walsh, had somehow learned to manipulate these overlaps, trapping people between them. And my friends were caught there now, possibly existing in a different version of the intersection than the one I had escaped from. Armed with Walsh's notes and map, I returned to my motel to prepare. If I was going to rescue Michael and Samantha, I needed to understand the rules of this place better than the creature did. Walsh's journal suggested that the intersection's properties were strongest during what he called liminal times, dawn, dusk, and the hour of midnight. It was during these windows that the boundaries between realities were at their thinnest and when the creature was most powerful. But it also implied a weakness. The creature, having become part of the process, was bound to the intersection and its immediate surroundings. It could influence perception from a distance, but could not physically leave the area where the realities overlapped. The next morning, I purchased supplies, more powerful flashlights, a compass, chalk to mark my path, and a digital recorder to document my experiences. The memory card from the destroyed camera had yielded nothing but static, but I wasn't taking chances this time. As I prepared to return to the intersection at dusk, the time Walsh's notes suggested would be optimal for finding the gateway, I received an unexpected phone call. It was the deputy. "Don't go back there," he said without preamble, his voice tight with urgency. "I have to," I replied. "Michael and Samantha are still missing." "Listen to me," he insisted. "We found something, an old recording from one of my grandfather's interviews with a survivor, someone who encountered that thing and made it back." "What did they say?" I asked, already knowing the answer wouldn't deter me. "That it lets one person escape deliberately. As bait, it wants you to come back, to bring more people with you. That's how it feeds, not just on bodies, but on the connections between people, the emotional bonds." He paused. "It's a trap." I considered his words, weighing them against what I had learned from Walsh's journal. "I know," I said finally, "but I'm going anyway. I think I understand how it works now, how to beat it at its own game." The deputy was silent for a long moment. "Then God help you," he said at last, "because no one else can where you're going." As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, I drove once more toward the intersection that had claimed my friends. The creature's words echoed in my mind. "Why did you come back?" It had seemed surprised by my return, almost concerned, not the reaction of something that had deliberately let me escape as bait. No, there was more to this story than either the deputy or Walsh's journal had revealed. And as I approached the now familiar turn onto that back road, I felt a strange sense of inevitability. Whatever waited at the intersection, whether monster or man or something in between, I was finally ready to face it, to understand it, and perhaps, if I was both clever and lucky, to overcome it and rescue my friends from whatever fold in reality had swallowed them. The road stretched before me, darkness gathering at its edges as dusk settled over the forest. I took a deep breath, gripped the steering wheel, and pressed forward into the gathering shadows, certain of only one thing. Whatever happened next would forever change my understanding of reality itself. And somewhere ahead, at that impossible intersection where paths both seen and unseen converged, the creature that had once been Dr. Andrew Walsh was waiting. The drive from Los Angeles to Lake Tahoe had taken nearly 9 hours with traffic. My hands ached from gripping the steering wheel, and my lower back throbbed with each movement. I'd never ventured this far north in California before, always content with the familiar sprawl of Southern California's endless suburbs and beaches. But something about turning 32 had sparked a desire to explore, to see what lay beyond the concrete jungle I'd called home my entire life. The cabin sat nestled among towering pines, their branches creating a canopy so thick that dusk seemed to arrive hours early. I pulled my aging Honda into the gravel driveway at 5:47 p.m. according to my phone. I remembered the exact time because that's when I lost cell service. The property manager, a woman named Patricia, had left the key under a ceramic frog by the front door as promised. Inside, the cabin smelled of pine sol and something else, something organic and earthy that I couldn't quite identify. The main floor consisted of an open living area with a stone fireplace, a small kitchen, and a bathroom. A narrow staircase led to a loft bedroom. Every floorboard groaned under my weight, announcing my presence to the empty space. After hauling my bags inside, exhaustion hit me like a physical force. The loft bed looked inviting despite the musty smell of the quilted bedspread. I collapsed onto it fully clothed, not even bothering to remove my shoes. The silence struck me immediately. No car horns, no helicopters overhead, no neighbors arguing through thin walls. Just an oppressive quiet broken only by the settling of old wood. I dozed fitfully until approximately 9 p.m. when a rhythmic sound pulled me from sleep. Tap, 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 deliberate and measured, like someone drumming their fingers against glass. My eyes snapped open, pupils struggling to adjust to the darkness. The tapping continued, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I lay rigid, straining to pinpoint its source. The back door, I finally decided. Someone was tapping on the glass panel of the back door. Probably just a branch, I told myself, though I'd noticed earlier that no trees grew close enough to the cabin to touch it. The tapping ceased after several minutes, replaced by that crushing silence again. I pulled the quilt over my head and forced myself back to sleep. The second day passed without incident. I spent the morning exploring the property's perimeter, finding an old shed with a broken padlock and a trail that disappeared into the forest. Inside the shed, I discovered gardening tools coated in rust and something dark that might have been old oil or blood. I didn't investigate closely enough to determine which. I drove into town for supplies, grateful to have cell service again. The local grocery store clerk, a teenager with severe acne scarring, barely looked at me as he rang up my items. When I mentioned I was staying at the Northwood cabin, his hands paused mid-scan. "That place still standing?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, why wouldn't it be?" He shrugged, resumed scanning. "No reason. Just been empty a long time." That night I built a fire and cooked dinner on the ancient electric stove. I found myself checking the locks repeatedly, front door, back door, windows, everything secure. I settled onto the couch with a book, trying to ignore how the shadows cast by the firelight seemed to move independently of the flames. Sleep came easier that night. No tapping, no disturbances, just the occasional pop from the dying embers in the fireplace. I woke at 4:23 a.m. to the sound of the attic ladder, a pull-down contraption I'd noticed earlier, creaking as it extended. The ladder was positioned directly behind the couch where I'd fallen asleep, too lazy to climb to the loft. My body went rigid, every muscle locked in place. Footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps on the ladder rungs. 1, 2, 3, then silence. The air in the room changed, became heavier somehow. I could feel a presence looming behind the couch, could sense eyes boring into the back of my skull. My chest barely moved as I tried to control my breathing, feigning sleep while every nerve screamed in alarm. The couch dipped slightly as weight settled onto it. Not beside me, over me. I felt hands plant themselves on either side of my body, felt hot breath against the side of my face. The smell hit me then, decay mixed with something chemical, like formaldehyde. A drop of something warm and wet landed on my cheek. Time stretched impossibly. Seconds felt like hours as this thing hovered inches from my face. I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead, terrified that any movement would trigger... What? I didn't want to find out. Finally, after an eternity, the weight shifted. The presence crawled backward off the couch with deliberate slowness. Footsteps padded across the floor. The back door opened with a soft click, then closed again. I remained frozen for another hour, maybe 2, before finally daring to sit up. My cheek was sticky where that drop had landed. In the dim pre-dawn light, I could see it was dark, almost black. I stumbled to the bathroom and scrubbed my face raw, watching the dark substance swirl down the drain. When my friends arrived later that morning for our planned weekend getaway, Marcus, Jennifer, and Yasmin, I told them about the encounter. They exchanged glances, clearly thinking I'd had a nightmare. Marcus even laughed, suggesting I'd been drinking too much. "The place is creepy," Jennifer admitted. "But come on, someone crawling over you? That's horror movie stuff." I didn't argue. What was the point? But I knew what I'd experienced was real. The stain on the couch cushion proved it, a dark outline where something had dripped. That afternoon, we spent hours at the lake. The normalcy of it, swimming, laughing, complaining about sunburn, almost made me forget the previous night's terror. Almost. But as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, that familiar dread crept back. The property caretakers, an elderly couple who lived in a trailer near the main road, stopped by to check on us. They mentioned a river about 15 minutes into the woods, accessible by a marked trail. My friends, exhausted from the day's activities, opted to rest. But I felt restless, needed to move, needed to not think about what had happened in the early morning hours. I grabbed bug spray, a small backpack with water and snacks, and my phone, useless without signal, but its flashlight might come in handy. The trail began just past the shed, marked by a wooden sign so weathered the letters were barely visible. The path was narrow but clear, winding between massive pines and patches of tall grass that reached my waist. Every step took me deeper into a green tunnel, the canopy so thick overhead that the approaching dusk became near darkness. After exactly 15 minutes of walking, I heard the river before I saw it, a gentle rushing that seemed too loud in the otherwise silent forest. The trail opened onto a small clearing with 2 picnic tables, their wood gray and splintered with age. The river itself was wider than expected, maybe 30 feet across, its water dark and moving faster than the sound suggested. I set my backpack on one of the tables and approached the water's edge. That's when I noticed the grass. On my walk here, it had stood tall and undisturbed on either side of the trail. But now, looking back, I could see massive swaths of it pressed flat, as if something enormous had dragged itself through. The pattern was wrong for any animal I knew, too wide, too deliberate, creating a path that paralleled the trail I'd taken. My skin prickled. I backed away from the river, grabbed my bag, and started back toward the cabin. But the trail had changed. What had been a clear path was now obscured by fallen branches and disturbed earth. The flattened grass formed a maze of trails leading in different directions, each one as wide as a car. I chose what I thought was the original path and walked quickly, fighting the urge to run. The forest had gone completely silent, no birds, no insects, not even wind in the trees. Just my footsteps and increasingly labored breathing. Then I heard it, a sound that made my stomach drop and my legs weak. Part scream, part gurgle, as if someone was trying to shriek while drowning. It came from behind me, from the direction of the river, but seemed to echo from all sides. I ran. Branches tore at my clothes and face as I crashed through the underbrush. The path was gone, or I'd lost it in my panic. All I could do was run in what I hoped was the direction of the cabin. Behind me, I could hear pursuit. Not footsteps exactly, but a wet sliding sound punctuated by the cracking of branches. Another scream, closer this time. The sound reverberated through my chest, so loud it seemed impossible for lungs to produce it. I stumbled over a root, caught myself, kept running. My legs burned, my lungs felt ready to burst, but adrenaline kept me moving. The thing behind me was playing with me. When I slowed, it slowed. When I stopped to catch my breath, the sounds of pursuit ceased. But always, always, I could feel it there, watching, waiting, enjoying my terror. After what felt like hours, but was probably 10 minutes, I saw the bridge, a small wooden structure I'd crossed on my way to the river. Relief flooded through me. I knew where I was. The cabin was just minutes away. I sprinted across the bridge and up the trail. The cabin's lights glowed like a beacon through the trees. But instead of rushing inside to safety, I stopped on the porch. Something made me turn back to face the forest, to confront whatever had chased me. The tree line stood dark and impenetrable. Nothing moved. No sound disturbed the evening air. But I knew it was there, just beyond the reach of the porch light. Watching. Waiting. Tears streamed down my face as I stood there, unable to move, unable to look away. I typed everything into my phone's notes app with shaking fingers, needing to document it, needing proof that I wasn't losing my mind. I finally went inside after an hour on the porch. My friends were watching TV, oblivious to my distress until they saw my face. "What happened?" Yasmin asked, pausing the movie. I told them everything. The chase, the sounds, the feeling of being hunted. Marcus grabbed a flashlight and went to the window, shining it into the darkness. "There's nothing out there," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. We huddled together in the living room that night, no one willing to sleep alone. Jennifer suggested burning sage, something about cleansing negative energy. It seemed ridiculous, but we were desperate for any comfort. Around 4 a.m., why was it always 4 a.m., we heard the tapping again. But this time it wasn't just on one window. It moved around the cabin, back door, side window, front window, as if something was circling us. Marcus grabbed his phone and started recording. The tapping had a pattern. 3 taps, pause. 3 taps, pause. Then it would move to the next window. We sat frozen in the living room, afraid to investigate, afraid to move. After 10 minutes that felt like hours, the tapping stopped. But the silence that followed was worse somehow. Expectant, like the calm before a storm. Then the shed. Massive banging sounds erupted from the old shed out back. Not knocking, beating. Like someone taking a sledgehammer to the walls. The entire cabin seemed to shake with each impact. Jennifer whimpered. Yasmin gripped my hand so tight her nails drew blood. Marcus kept his phone pointed at the window, still recording, his face pale in the screen's glow. The banging stopped as suddenly as it began. We waited until dawn before venturing outside. The shed's door hung off its hinges. Deep gouges scarred the walls from the inside, as if something had clawed its way out. But the shed had been empty except for those rusty tools. We'd all seen it. We decided to leave immediately. As we packed frantically, I noticed Marcus studying his phone with a disturbed expression. "Look at this," he said, showing me the video from the night before. At first, it just showed the dark window with our reflections. But then, in the background, barely visible, a face. Human, but wrong. The features were distorted, stretched like someone had grabbed the skin and pulled. And the eyes? The eyes were solid black, reflecting nothing. "That's not possible," Jennifer whispered, looking over our shoulders. But there it was, in frame after frame, getting closer to the window with each appearance. In the final frames, it filled the entire window, that grotesque face pressed against the glass, mouth open in what might have been a smile or a scream. We threw our bags in our cars without bothering to clean or lock up. As we drove away, I looked back one last time. A figure stood on the porch, tall, impossibly thin, wearing what looked like old clothing. It raised one hand in a mock wave. "Drive faster," Yasmin urged from the back seat. She'd seen it too. I'm writing this from my apartment in Los Angeles 3 weeks later. We made it home safely, though none of us spoke during the entire 8-hour drive. We've tried to return to normal life, but something fundamental has changed. Marcus discovered through obsessive online research that the Northwood cabin had a history. 3 families had lived there over the decades. All had left suddenly, refusing to explain why. The last occupants in 2016 had simply vanished. Their belongings were found neatly packed, their car in the driveway, but they were never seen again. Jennifer found old newspaper archives, stories dating back to the 1970s about hikers disappearing in those woods, about strange sounds that drove people from their homes, about things seen moving between the trees that shouldn't exist. But the worst discovery was mine. Going through my photos from the trip, I found images I didn't remember taking. Pictures of me sleeping on that couch. Pictures taken from inside the cabin while I was at the river. Pictures of all of us through the windows, unaware we were being watched. In the last photo, dated the morning we left, 4 figures stand in front of our cars. We're all accounted for: Marcus, Jennifer, Yasmin, and me. But there's a 5th figure standing behind us, tall and thin and wrong, its hand resting on my shoulder. We were never alone in that cabin, and sometimes, late at night in my locked apartment, when I hear an unexpected sound or catch movement in my peripheral vision, I wonder if we ever truly left it behind. The tapping started on my bedroom window last night. I'm looking for a new apartment tomorrow. It's funny how I ended up here in the middle of nowhere doing something I swore I'd never do. You see, I've always been more of a city guy, the kind who enjoys the hum of traffic, the glow of streetlights, and the comfort of knowing a bodega is just around the corner. My name is Arthur Malvin, and I was an investment banker, a workaholic who never took a break until I was forced to. The heart attack wasn't severe. but it was enough to make my doctor insist on time away from the office. It happened on a Tuesday, right in the middle of a high-stakes meeting with some of our biggest clients. One minute I was confidently outlining our strategy for their portfolio. The next I was clutching my chest, gasping for air as the room spun around me. I remember the looks of shock and concern on my colleagues' faces as I was whisked away in an ambulance, sirens blaring. The hospital was a blur of white walls, beeping machines, and stern-faced doctors. When the dust settled, and I found myself lying in a hospital bed with wires attached to my chest, my doctor didn't mince words. "Mr. Malvin," he said, peering at me over his glasses, "if you don't make some serious lifestyle changes, you won't live to see your next bonus." It was a wake-up call, to say the least. My wife, Sarah, who had rushed to the hospital as soon as she heard, sat by my bedside, her face a mixture of relief and worry. She'd been telling me to slow down for years, but I never listened. Always another deal to close, another client to impress. "Arthur," she said, squeezing my hand, "maybe it's time we took that break we've been talking about." I nodded, too weak and shocked to argue. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of recovery, soul-searching, and, much to my chagrin, research into relaxing activities. It was my daughter, Emily, who suggested camping. "Dad, you need to disconnect," she said one evening as we sat around the dinner table. "Like, really disconnect. No phone, no internet, just you and nature." I scoffed at first. Me? Camping? The last time I'd been in a tent was at a corporate retreat 5 years ago, and I'd hated every minute of it. But as the days went by, and I felt the pressure from both my family and my doctor to do something drastic, the idea started to take root. So, after some more soul-searching and pressure from my family, I found myself at an RV dealership, staring at what would become my home for the next few weeks. It was a behemoth of a vehicle, all shiny white exterior and promise of luxury on wheels. The salesman, a portly fellow named Bob with a penchant for Hawaiian shirts, was practically salivating as he showed me around. "This baby's got everything you need, Mr. Malvin," he said, patting the side of the RV. "Full kitchen, bathroom with a shower, queen-size bed, and even a little office nook if you need to do some work." I winced at the mention of work, remembering my doctor's stern warning. "No work," I said firmly. "This is supposed to be about relaxation." Bob nodded enthusiastically. Of course. Then let me show you the entertainment system. We've got satellite TV, a great sound system." I held up a hand to stop him. "Actually, I think I'll pass on all that. Just the basics, please." Bob looked at me like I'd grown a second head, but he shrugged and adjusted his pitch. An hour later, I was the proud owner of a slightly more modest RV, equipped with the necessities but blessedly free of any high-tech distractions. As I drove the RV home, carefully navigating the busy streets of New York, I couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. This was so far out of my comfort zone it might as well have been on another planet. But maybe that was exactly what I needed. Sarah was waiting for me when I pulled up in front of our brownstone, her eyes wide as she took in the size of the vehicle. "Oh, Arthur," she said, a hint of amusement in her voice. "When you commit to something, you really commit, don't you?" I chuckled, some of my nervousness dissipating at her reaction. "Go big or go home, right?" We spent the next few days preparing for my trip. Sarah and Emily helped me pack, filling the RV with everything from hiking boots, brand new and uncomfortably stiff, to insect repellent, industrial strength at Emily's insistence. My son, Michael, who was away at college, sent me a care package full of energy bars and a survival guide, along with a note that read, "Try not to get eaten by bears, Dad." The night before I was set to leave, we had a family dinner. The mood was a mix of excitement and concern, with Sarah fussing over last-minute details and the kids peppering me with advice. "Remember, Dad," Emily said seriously, "if you see a bear, you're supposed to make yourself look big and make noise." "I think that's for mountain lions," Michael countered. "For bears, you're supposed to play dead." "Either way," I said, taking a sip of my decaf coffee, another concession to my new lifestyle. "Let's hope I don't have to put either strategy to the test." As we cleared the dishes, Sarah pulled me aside. "Are you sure about this, Arthur?" she asked, her eyes searching mine. "It's a big change. Maybe I should come with you, at least for the first few days." I shook my head, touched by her concern, but determined to do this on my own. I need to do this myself, Sarah. Doctor's orders, remember? Complete disconnect. She nodded, but I could see the worry in her eyes. Just be careful, okay? And call me when you can. The next morning dawned bright and clear, a perfect day for starting an adventure. As I loaded the last of my gear into the RV, my family gathered on the sidewalk to see me off. There were hugs all around, last-minute advice, and more than a few teary eyes, mostly from Sarah, though I'll admit to feeling a bit misty myself. As I climbed into the driver's seat, Emily called out, "Don't forget to have fun, Dad." I waved, started the engine, and pulled away from the curb, watching my family grow smaller in the rearview mirror. The streets of New York gave way to highways, then to smaller roads, as I made my way out of the city and into the countryside. As the landscape changed around me, becoming greener and less populated, I felt a strange mix of anxiety and excitement. I was heading into the unknown, leaving behind the world I knew so well. But maybe, just maybe, this was exactly what I needed. Little did I know as I drove towards the distant mountains just how much this trip would change me, and the incredible, terrifying adventures that awaited me in the wilderness. The drive to West Virginia was a journey in itself. As I navigated the RV along highways and then increasingly narrow roads, I watched the landscape transform around me. The towering skyscrapers of New York gave way to rolling hills, then to the rugged terrain of the Appalachian Mountains. It was like watching the pages of a nature magazine come to life before my eyes. I had chosen the Monongahela National Forest as my destination, a name I had stumbled upon during my hasty research and could barely pronounce. As I approached the forest, the roads became windier, the trees grew denser, and signs of civilization became fewer and far between. My GPS signal started to falter, and I found myself relying on good old-fashioned paper maps, something I hadn't done since I was a kid on family road trips. It was late afternoon when I finally reached the entrance to the forest. A wooden sign welcomed me to Monongahela National Forest, its paint faded and chipped, adding to the sense that I was entering a place where time moved differently. I pulled over at the ranger station, a small log cabin-style building that seemed to blend into the surrounding forest. The ranger, a weathered man in his 50s with a salt and pepper beard, raised an eyebrow when I stepped out of the RV in my crisp khakis and polo shirt. "First time camping?" he asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. I nodded, feeling suddenly self-conscious. "That obvious, huh?" He chuckled, but his eyes were kind. "We all start somewhere. Name's Tom. Let's get you set up with a map and some safety guidelines." Tom spent the next half hour going over the basics with me, how to read the trail markers, what to do if I encountered wildlife, and the importance of leaving no trace. He pointed out a few good spots for RV camping on the map, but when I mentioned I was looking for something more secluded, he hesitated. "There's a spot near Spruce Knob Lake," he said, circling an area on the map. "It's off the beaten path, not many folks go out there. But it's beautiful country. Just be careful, all right? Nature can be unforgiving if you're not prepared." I thanked Tom for his help and set off, following his directions down a narrow, winding road that took me deeper into the forest. The trees seemed to grow taller and closer together as I drove, their branches forming a canopy overhead that filtered the late afternoon sunlight into a soft green glow. After about an hour of careful driving, I finally reached the spot Tom had marked on the map. It was a small clearing near a babbling stream, far enough from the main road that I couldn't hear any traffic. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the gentle gurgle of the stream. I parked the RV, feeling a sense of accomplishment at having made it this far. As I stepped out, the rich scent of pine and damp earth filled my nostrils. The air was crisp and clean, so different from the city air I was used to. For a moment, I just stood there, taking it all in. Then, reality set in. I needed to set up camp. The next hour was a comedy of errors as I fumbled with unfamiliar equipment. Setting up the awning on the RV proved to be a Herculean task, and by the time I managed to get it extended, I was sweating and my polo shirt was smudged with dirt. Starting a fire was another challenge. Despite having watched countless YouTube videos on the subject, my first attempts resulted in nothing more than smoldering twigs and wounded pride. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the clearing, I finally managed to get a respectable fire going. Feeling quite proud of myself, I decided to try my hand at fishing in the stream. I had packed a collapsible fishing rod, another purchase made in the spirit of embracing nature. I made my way down to the stream, the sound of running water growing louder as I approached. The water was clear and cold, and I could see small fish darting about in the shallows. With more confidence than skill, I cast my line into a deeper pool. An hour later, I trudged back to the RV, no fish in hand, but my pants soaked from an unfortunate slip on a mossy rock. So much for living off the land, I muttered to myself, reaching for a can of beans for my supplies. As I sat by the fire, eating my less than gourmet dinner, I watched the sky darken and the stars emerge. Without the light pollution of the city, the night sky was a spectacle I had almost forgotten existed. Thousands of stars twinkled overhead, and for the first time in years, I could clearly see the Milky Way stretching across the sky. It was beautiful, awe-inspiring even. But as the fire died down and the darkness of the forest pressed in around me, I couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. The forest, which had seemed merely quiet during the day, now felt oppressively silent. Every snapping twig or rustle of leaves made me jump, my imagination conjuring images of bears or mountain lions lurking just beyond the circle of firelight. I tried to shake off the feeling, reminding myself that this was what I had come for, to experience nature in all its raw beauty. But as I doused the fire and retreated into the RV for the night, I made sure to lock the door securely behind me. Inside the RV, I settled into the unfamiliar bed, the silence of the forest a stark contrast to the constant background noise of the city I was used to. As I lay there, staring at the ceiling, I couldn't help but wonder if I had made a mistake. Was I really cut out for this? Could a lifelong city dweller like me truly find peace in the wilderness? With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I eventually drifted off into an uneasy sleep, unaware that my true adventure in the Monongahela National Forest was only just beginning. I woke the next morning to a cacophony of birdsong. For a moment, I was disoriented, the unfamiliar surroundings of the RV confusing my sleep-addled brain. Then the events of the previous day came rushing back, and I remembered where I was, in the middle of the Monongahela National Forest, miles from civilization. Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I peered out the window. The clearing was bathed in the soft light of early morning, mist rising from the stream and curling around the bases of the trees. It was a scene of such tranquil beauty that for a moment all my doubts and fears from the night before seemed silly. I stepped outside, inhaling deeply. The air was crisp and cool, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. A deer was drinking from the stream, its head snapping up at my appearance. We regarded each other for a moment before it bounded off into the underbrush, white tail flashing. "Well, Arthur," I said to myself, "you wanted to experience nature. Here it is." After a breakfast of instant oatmeal and coffee, I made a mental note to bring better provisions next time, assuming there would be a next time. I decided to explore the area around my campsite. I had packed a small backpack with water, some energy bars, and a first aid kit, trying to remember all the advice from the hiking websites I'd frantically read before the trip. The trail I chose was barely visible, more of a game path than anything made for human feet. It wound through the dense forest, occasionally offering glimpses of the stream as it tumbled over rocks and fallen logs. The going was tougher than I had anticipated. My new hiking boots, barely broken in, began to rub uncomfortably at my heels, and I was quickly out of breath. Years of sitting behind a desk had not prepared me for this kind of physical exertion. But as I pushed on, I found myself becoming more attuned to the forest around me. I noticed things I might have overlooked before, the intricate patterns of lichen on tree trunks, the darting flight of a woodpecker, the subtle variations in the greens of the foliage. It was like my senses, dulled by years in the city, were slowly reawakening. After about an hour of hiking, I came across a small waterfall cascading into a clear pool. The sight was so picturesque that I half expected to see a nymph bathing in the waters. I sat on a mossy rock, catching my breath and drinking in the scene. For the first time since my heart attack, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. As I sat there, I found my thoughts drifting to my life back in the city. The constant pressure, the endless meetings, the late nights at the office, it all seemed so distant now, almost like a dream. Had I really been so caught up in that world that I'd forgotten places like this existed? A rustling in the underbrush snapped me out of my reverie. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought it might be a bear, but then a raccoon emerged, regarding me with curious eyes before scampering off. I chuckled at my own jumpiness, but the encounter reminded me that I was in wild country now, and I needed to stay alert. I decided to head back to the campsite, my muscles protesting as I stood up. The hike back seemed longer, and I was relieved when I finally caught sight of the RV through the trees. As I approached the clearing, however, I noticed something was amiss. The awning I had struggled so hard to set up was collapsed on one side, and there were distinct paw prints in the soft earth around the RV. My heart racing, I approached cautiously, scanning the area for any sign of the animal that had visited in my absence. There was no sign of it now, but the evidence of its presence was clear. Cautiously I circled the RV, looking for any damage. The awning was easily fixed, but what worried me more were the deep scratches on the side of the vehicle just below the window. Whatever had been here was large and potentially dangerous. "Okay, Arthur," I muttered to myself, trying to calm my racing heart. "Remember what the ranger said. Stay calm, make noise, look big." I clapped my hands loudly and shouted, "Hey, anyone there?" Feeling slightly ridiculous but determined to scare off any lingering wildlife. The forest remained silent, save for the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Satisfied that the immediate area was clear, I quickly repaired the awning and went inside the RV, locking the door behind me. As I sat at the small table, my hands shaking slightly as I poured myself a glass of water, I couldn't help but feel a mix of fear and exhilaration. This was real wilderness, not the sanitized version I'd seen in nature documentaries. It was beautiful, yes, but also dangerous and unpredictable. As evening approached, I debated whether to build another fire. On one hand, the warmth and light would be comforting. On the other, I wasn't sure if it would attract more animals. In the end, my city dwellers' need for light won out, and I set about gathering wood, making much more noise than necessary as I did so. The fire crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows across the clearing. I warmed up some canned soup, missing Sarah's home cooking more than ever. As I ate, I found myself straining to identify every little sound from the forest around me. Was that just the wind, or something moving through the underbrush? Was that distant howl a wolf, or just my imagination? Despite my nervousness, there was something undeniably thrilling about the situation. Here I was, Arthur Malvin, former workaholic investment banker, sitting alone in the wilderness, fending for myself. If my colleagues could see me now, they'd never believe it. As the night wore on, my eyelids grew heavy. The events of the day, coupled with my lingering jet lag, were catching up with me. I doused the fire carefully, remembering the ranger's warnings about forest fires, and retreated to the safety of the RV. Sleep, however, proved elusive. Every creak of the RV settling, every rustle of leaves outside, had me wide awake, ears straining for signs of danger. It was during one of these wakeful moments, somewhere in the small hours of the morning, that I heard it. A rustling sound, faint but unmistakable, coming from the trees. At first I dismissed it as a deer or some other harmless creature, but the sound grew closer, heavier, like something large was moving through the underbrush. My heart pounding, I grabbed the flashlight I'd placed by the bed and shone it out the window. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating trees and shadows, but I couldn't see anything moving. The rustling had stopped. I waited, hardly daring to breathe, but the forest remained silent. Eventually, convinced that the danger, if there had been any, had passed, I managed to fall into a fitful sleep. My dreams were filled with shadowy creatures and endless, twisting forest paths. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the horrors of the night seeming far away in the cheerful light of day. I emerged from the RV, stretching muscles sore from yesterday's hike, and surveyed the campsite. There were no new signs of animal visitors, and I began to wonder if I had imagined the whole thing. Over a breakfast of instant coffee and granola bars, I pondered my plans for the day. Part of me was tempted to pack up and head back to civilization, to chalk this up as an interesting experiment and return to the comforts of city life. But a growing part of me was intrigued by the forest and its mysteries. I had come here to challenge myself, hadn't I? To step out of my comfort zone? Decision made, I packed a day bag with supplies and set out to explore further into the forest. This time I was better prepared, with broken-in boots, a detailed map, and a fully charged GPS device, although the signal out here was spotty at best. I chose a different trail this time, one that led away from the stream and deeper into the woods. The path was overgrown in places, clearly not frequently used, which only added to its appeal. As I hiked, I found myself becoming more comfortable with the sounds and rhythms of the forest. The crack of a twig underfoot no longer sent my heart racing, and I started to distinguish between the calls of different birds. After about 2 hours of steady hiking, the trail began to slope upward. The incline was gentle at first, but grew steeper as I continued. My legs burned with the effort, and I was breathing heavily, but I pressed on, driven by a curiosity I couldn't quite explain. Just as I was considering turning back, the trail crested a small ridge, and I found myself looking down into a hidden clearing. It was a perfect circle, as if the trees had been purposely planted to create this secret space. In the center of the clearing was a stone structure, low to the ground and covered in moss. It looked ancient, like something out of a history book, maybe a forgotten altar or shrine. Intrigued, I made my way down into the clearing. As I approached the stone structure, I noticed strange carvings on the stones, symbols I didn't recognize etched deeply into the rock. They seemed to shimmer slightly in the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees, creating an almost hypnotic effect. I reached out to touch one of the symbols, feeling the roughness of the stone under my fingers. As I did, a sudden chill ran down my spine, despite the warmth of the day. I had the distinct feeling that I was being watched. I spun around, half expecting to see someone or something standing at the edge of the clearing, but there was nothing there, just the silent trees surrounding the clearing like sentinels. And then I heard it, the rustling. Only this time it was accompanied by a low, rhythmic thumping, like something heavy hitting the ground repeatedly. It was the same sound I had heard last night, only much closer now. I turned slowly, my heart pounding in my chest, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The thumping grew louder, seeming to come from all around me. The trees at the edge of the clearing seemed to shimmer and waver as if I was looking at them through heat haze. And then, emerging from between two ancient oaks, I saw it. A hulking figure, covered in coarse matted fur, standing on 2 legs like a man, but with a face that was all wrong. It was like a wolf, but its features were distorted, stretched, and twisted into something grotesque. Its eyes, God, those eyes, were wide and wild, reflecting the sunlight as it stepped into the clearing. I stood frozen, my mind unable to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't exist outside of horror movies and campfire tales. But the creature was undeniably there, its hot, rancid breath visible in the cool air of the clearing. It snarled, a deep, guttural sound that reverberated through the clearing and snapped me out of my paralysis. I knew I couldn't fight it, not with just the small hunting knife I had brought for protection. But there was nowhere to run. The creature was between me and the trail, and the clearing was surrounded by dense undergrowth. In that moment, as the creature tensed to spring, time seemed to slow down. I saw my life flash before my eyes. Sarah, the kids, my office in New York. Was this how it was going to end? Arthur Malvin killed by a mythical beast in the woods of West Virginia? The creature lunged, moving with terrifying speed for something so large. I barely had time to react, diving to the side and rolling across the forest floor. I scrambled to my feet, leaves and twigs clinging to my clothes, and ran for the stone structure in the center of the clearing. It was low, but it was the only cover available. I vaulted over the stone altar, feeling a rush of air as the creature's claws barely missed my back. I hit the ground hard on the other side, the breath knocked out of me. Gasping, I turned to see the creature circling the altar, its eyes never leaving me. My hand scrabbled in the leaf litter beside me, searching for anything I could use as a weapon. My fingers closed around a sturdy branch, and I gripped it tightly, knowing it would do little against the creature, but unwilling to go down without a fight. The creature growled, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very ground, and tensed for another attack. In that moment, as I prepared to face what I was sure would be my doom, my eyes fell on one of the carved symbols on the altar. It was glowing faintly, pulsing in time with my rapid heartbeat. Acting on pure instinct, I pressed my hand against the symbol. The stone was warm to the touch, almost vibrating with energy. As my palm made contact, a blinding light erupted from the altar, bathing the clearing in an unearthly glow. The creature howled, a sound of pain and fury that made my ears ring. It backed away, shielding its eyes from the light. The glow intensified, forcing me to squint against its brilliance. When it finally faded, I opened my eyes to find the clearing empty. The creature was gone. I stood there, panting, my mind reeling from what had just happened. The clearing was silent now, the only sound my own ragged breathing. The symbol on the altar had stopped glowing, looking once again like nothing more than an ancient carving. On shaky legs, I made my way back to the trail, constantly looking over my shoulder, half expecting the creature to reappear. The hike back to my campsite was a blur, my mind still trying to process what I had seen and experienced. As I stumbled into the familiar clearing where my RV was parked, the normality of it all seemed surreal. How could I go back to my ordinary life after what I had just witnessed? And more importantly, what was I going to do now? I spent a restless night in the RV, jumping at every sound and barely sleeping. By the time dawn broke, I had made a decision. I couldn't just leave, not with what I had seen. There were questions that needed answering, mysteries that needed solving. The old Arthur Malvin might have run away, might have convinced himself it was all a stress-induced hallucination. But I wasn't that person anymore. After a hasty breakfast, I packed a bag with supplies for a longer expedition: food, water, first aid kit, and my trusty hunting knife. I also brought along a notebook and pen, determined to document everything I found. As an afterthought, I grabbed the glossy brochure about local wildlife that the ranger had given me. Somehow, I doubted it would have a section on wolf-like creatures that walked on two legs, but it couldn't hurt to be prepared. The hike back to the hidden clearing took less time now that I knew the way. Every rustle in the undergrowth made me tense, but the forest seemed peaceful in the morning light. Birds chirped, squirrels chattered, and a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves. It was hard to believe that just yesterday, this same forest had been the setting for a terrifying encounter with an impossible creature. When I reached the clearing, I half expected it to be gone, to have vanished like a mirage. But it was there, just as I remembered it. The stone altar stood in the center, its carved symbols clear in the morning light. There was no sign of the creature, no tracks or fur or anything to prove that it had been real. I approached the altar cautiously, my eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. When I reached it, I examined the symbols more closely. They were unlike anything I had ever seen before. Not quite hieroglyphics, not quite Celtic runes, but something altogether different. I ran my fingers over the symbol that had glowed yesterday, the one that had saved my life. It remained cool to the touch, showing no signs of the power it had displayed. I sketched it carefully in my notebook, along with the others I could see. As I worked, a thought struck me. This clearing, this altar, they hadn't been stumbled upon by chance. Someone or something had created this place. But who and why? I found myself wishing I had paid more attention in my college anthropology class. I spent the rest of the morning examining the clearing, taking notes and sketches, trying to find any clue that might explain what this place was and why it was here. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I reluctantly packed up my things, knowing I needed to head back to the campsite before I lost the light. Just as I was about to leave, something caught my eye. Half buried in the leaves at the base of one of the trees surrounding the clearing was what looked like a scrap of leather. I brushed away the leaves to reveal an old, weathered journal, its pages yellow with age. My heart racing with excitement, I carefully opened the journal. The pages were filled with cramped, spidery handwriting, much of it faded and difficult to read, but what I could make out sent a chill down my spine. The writer, whoever they were, described encounters with creatures that sounded eerily similar to what I had seen. There were sketches, too, crude but unmistakable depictions of the wolf-like being. I clutched the journal to my chest, knowing I had stumbled upon something important. This was proof that I wasn't crazy, that what I had seen was real. But it also opened up a whole new set of questions. Who had written this journal? And what had happened to them? As I made my way back to the campsite, my mind was whirling with possibilities. I knew one thing for certain: I couldn't leave now. Whatever was happening in these woods, whatever secrets this forest held, I was now a part of it. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. Back at the RV, I spread out my notes and the old journal on the small table. I had originally planned this trip as a way to relax, to recover from my heart attack and reassess my life. Instead, I had stumbled into a mystery that defied explanation. As night fell, I found myself looking out the window of the RV into the darkness of the forest. Somewhere out there, the creature was roaming. Somewhere out there were answers to questions I hadn't even known to ask a few days ago. I thought about Sarah and the kids, about my life back in New York. I should call them, I knew I should tell them. What? That I had encountered a mythical beast in the woods. That I had found an ancient altar with mysterious powers? They'd think I'd lost my mind. No, I decided. I couldn't leave. Not yet. But I couldn't drag my family into this either. Whatever was happening here, I needed to figure it out on my own. I owed it to myself and to whoever had written that journal to uncover the truth. As I settled in for another uneasy night, I realized that for the first time in years, I felt truly alive. The panic attacks that had plagued me since my heart attack were gone, replaced by a sense of purpose and excitement. I, Arthur Malvin, former investment banker and reluctant camper, was now on a mission to uncover the secrets of the Monongahela National Forest, no matter where they might lead. Little did I know as I drifted off to sleep that my adventure was only just beginning. The forest held deeper secrets than I could have imagined, and uncovering them would test me in ways I never thought possible. But that's a story for another time. The next few days passed in a blur of research and exploration. I pored over the old journal, deciphering what I could of the faded handwriting. The author, who signed their entries only as J.H., seemed to have been a researcher of some kind, investigating legends of strange creatures in the Appalachian Mountains. J.H.'s entries spoke of multiple encounters with the wolf-like beings, which they referred to as guardians. But more intriguingly, they mentioned other clearings, other stone altars scattered throughout the forest. According to J.H., these altars were part of an ancient network, a sort of mystical defense system created by an unknown civilization long ago. Armed with this new information, I set out each day to explore deeper into the forest. I found 2 more clearings, each with its own altar. The symbols carved into them were similar to the ones I'd first encountered, but subtly different. I carefully sketched each one, trying to decipher their meanings. As I explored, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Occasionally I'd catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, or hear that now familiar rustling in the underbrush. But whatever was out there seemed content to observe from a distance. It was on the 5th day of my investigations that everything changed. I had hiked further than ever before, following coordinates I'd deciphered from J.H.'s journal. The forest here was older, the trees massive and gnarled with age. The very air seemed charged with an ancient power. As I pushed through a thick curtain of vines, I found myself in the largest clearing yet. At its center stood not a single altar, but a circle of standing stones, each easily twice my height. They surrounded a raised platform of intricate stonework, covered in symbols that glowed with a faint, pulsing light. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. This had to be what J.H. had been searching for, the heart of the ancient network. As I stepped onto the platform, the symbols flared to life, their glow intensifying until the entire clearing was bathed in ethereal light. And then they came. From between the trees, silent as shadows, emerged the guardians. There were 5 of them, each as terrifying and majestic as the one I'd first encountered, but this time they made no move to attack. Instead, they formed a circle around the platform, their eyes fixed on me. I stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Then, acting on instinct, I placed my hand on the central symbol of the platform, just as I had done with the first altar. The effect was immediate and astonishing. Images flooded my mind, too fast to fully comprehend. I saw flashes of an ancient civilization, of great cities hidden within the mountains. I saw the Guardians, not as monsters, but as protectors, created to watch over the land long after their creators had vanished. And I saw the threat, a creeping darkness that sought to corrupt and destroy, held at bay only by the network of altars and the vigilance of the Guardians. As the vision faded, I found myself on my knees, gasping for breath. The Guardians still surrounded me, but their posture had changed. They were waiting, expectant. Somehow I understood that by activating the central altar, I had proven myself. I was no longer an intruder, but a potential ally. One of the Guardians approached, its movements now graceful rather than menacing. It extended a clawed hand, and in it was a small stone, carved with the same symbols as the altars. A key, I realized. A way to activate and control the network. As I reached out to take the stone, I hesitated. Was I ready for this responsibility? Could I dedicate my life to protecting this ancient secret, to standing against a threat I barely understood? I thought of my family, of my life back in New York. Could I really leave all that behind? But then I remembered the person I had been before this journey, stressed, unfulfilled, literally working myself to death. Here, in this forest, I had found something real, something important. For the first time in years, I felt truly alive. I took the stone. The effect was immediate. The symbols on the platform flared once more, and I felt a surge of energy course through me. Knowledge flooded my mind. How to activate the altars, how to communicate with the Guardians, how to sense the encroaching darkness. I understood now why J.H. had never returned from the forest. This wasn't a task you could abandon once you accepted it. As the light faded and the Guardians melted back into the forest, I sat on the edge of the platform, turning the stone over in my hands. I knew what I had to do next, and it wasn't going to be easy. The hike back to my campsite took several hours, but I barely noticed the time passing. My mind was too full of everything I had learned, everything I had committed to. By the time I reached the RV, night had fallen, and I knew it was time to make some difficult phone calls. Sarah answered on the second ring, her voice a mixture of relief and worry. "Arthur, is everything okay? We've been so worried." I took a deep breath. "Everything's fine, Sarah. Better than fine, actually. But we need to talk." Over the next hour, I did my best to explain what had happened, what I had discovered. I told her about the Guardians, about the ancient network, about the responsibility I had accepted. I could hear the disbelief in her voice, the concern that I might have lost my mind out here in the wilderness. "I know it sounds crazy," I said, "but it's real, Sarah, all of it. And it's important, more important than anything I've ever done." There was a long silence on the other end of the line. When Sarah finally spoke, her voice was quiet, but steady. "What does this mean, Arthur? For us? For the family?" I closed my eyes, fighting back tears. "I can't come back, not permanently. It's a calling, Sarah. I have to see it through." What followed was one of the most difficult conversations of my life. There were tears, accusations, pleas for me to come to my senses. But underneath it all, I could hear something else in Sarah's voice. Understanding. She knew me better than anyone, and she could hear the conviction in my words, the sense of purpose that had been missing for so long. In the end, we came to an agreement. I would return to New York briefly to put my affairs in order and to show Sarah and the kids what I had discovered. After that, I would return to the forest, but not forever. We would find a way to balance my new responsibilities with my role as a husband and father. The next few weeks were a whirlwind. I returned to New York, where I faced skepticism and concern from my family and colleagues. But when I brought Sarah and the kids to the forest, when they saw the altars and met the Guardians, all doubts were erased. Emily, always the adventurous one, was thrilled by the idea of her dad as a mystical forest guardian. Michael took a bit more convincing, but the technological aspects of the ancient network fascinated him. And Sarah, seeing me truly happy and fulfilled for the first time in years, gave her blessing to this new chapter in our lives. I retired from the investment firm, much to the shock of my colleagues. We sold our Manhattan apartment and bought a small cabin on the outskirts of the Monongahela National Forest. Close enough for me to perform my duties as a guardian, but not so far that I couldn't be part of my family's life. As for the work itself, it was more challenging and rewarding than anything I'd ever done. I spent my days maintaining the altar network, communing with the Guardians, and tracking the movements of the dark force that threatened the land. I started training others, passing on the knowledge that had been entrusted to me. It wasn't always easy. There were times when the darkness pressed close, when I faced challenges that made my most stressful days as a banker seem like a walk in the park. But I was never alone. I had the wisdom of the ancients, the strength of the Guardians, and the love of my family to support me. And so, life settled into a new rhythm. My heart, once strained by the stresses of city life, grew stronger with each day spent in the forest. The panic attacks that had plagued me became a distant memory. I had found my purpose, my place in the world. Sometimes in the quiet moments when I sat by a campfire or stood atop a mountain, watching the mist roll through the valleys below, I thought back to that first reluctant camping trip. How could I have known that a doctor's orders to reduce stress would lead me here, that in trying to save my life, I would find a new one entirely? I, Arthur Malvin, former investment banker and reluctant camper, had become a guardian of an ancient secret, a protector of powers beyond imagination. And as I held the carved stone in my hand, feeling its warm pulse of energy, I knew that the greatest adventure of my life was only just beginning.